The ocean is one of those things we all think we understand until you actually look at it. From the beach, it's waves, sand, maybe some seashells or a crab darting into the water. But the truth that water stretches down into a world bigger than anything on land, deeper than the tallest mountain, and filled with things that make no sense at all. Scientists have tried to measure it. Sailors have tried to map it, and ordinary people like you and me have looked out at it, wondering what's really out there. And still the ocean keeps its secrets. Over the years, people have found things so strange they don't fit in any category. Not myths, not rumors. Things you can hold in your hands, things caught on sonar, things filmed on camera, from rivers flowing inside the sea to ghost ships drifting with no crew to glowing creatures that seem like they belong in science fiction. Tonight we're walking through over 100 of the strangest things ever discovered in the ocean. Not to solve them, just to see them, to let them unsettle us a little. So before we begin, tell me, where are you watching from? And what time is it right now? And then now, imagine you're sitting in your living room late at night, and you hear a sound from the hallway, a tap, then silence. You wait and then you hear it again, but this time, from behind you. That's basically what happened in the deepest part of the ocean. In 2016, researchers dropped a string of microphones into the Mariana Trench, just trying to record natural background noise, currents, maybe whale calls, that sort of thing. Instead, for 12 minutes, they picked up a rising tone. It wasn't random. It pulsed every 5 seconds, steady like a heartbeat. And then just as suddenly it stopped. That should have been the end of it. But here's the kicker. Exactly 18 hours later, the same sound came back. Identical pitch, identical rhythm, as if it had been waiting to repeat itself on schedule. Stranger still, microphones a little further away caught the sound 2 minutes before it even started at the main site. Like the echo was arriving ahead of the call. Scientists checked everything. Key chests nearby, no seismic activity, no whales in the area, nothing. One joked it was like an echo caught in a time loop, answering itself, but others weren't laughing, and their unease only grew when they tried one more experiment. The team decided to test it. They lowered a beacon that pinged a clean, simple signal every 20 seconds. Something you couldn't mistake for anything natural. But here's the part that still gives people chills. The beacon never came back. It was supposed to rise with the line they dropped. Instead, the rope came up clean and the beacon was gone. From then on, whenever the echo loop returned, it carried something new. Alongside the steady 5-second pulse, there was a faint knock, irregular, but always there, like something had joined the rhythm. Think of it like tapping your fingers on a desk, and suddenly someone across the room starts tapping back in a slightly different beat. The researchers called off future dives. Too much equipment was getting lost, and honestly, too many people felt uneasy. It wasn't just that the sound existed, it was that it seemed to notice them. And while the echo was strange enough, it wasn't the only mark left behind in those waters. Because when another drone was sent out in the Philippine basin, what it found wasn't sound at all, but shape. A spiral pressed into the seafloor that looked less like geology and more like a message. Out in the Philippine basin, a survey drone was mapping the seafloor when it picked up something that shouldn't have been there. Not a shipwreck, not a rock shelf, a spiral, perfect, deliberate, and carved into the sand like someone had dragged a giant compass across the ocean floor, half a mile across, narrowing inward with exact precision. There were no trails leading in, no marks leading out. The spiral simply existed, pressed deep into soft sediment that should have shifted long ago. Divers described it as unsettling, almost architectural. The spacing of each loop wasn't random either. It followed the Fibonacci sequence, the same pattern you see in sunflowers, nautilus shells, and galaxies. Nature uses that ratio often, but this didn't feel like nature. It felt designed. For weeks, the image sat on hard drives passed between researchers who argued over currents, tectonics, or even submarines. But none of those explanations fit. And when a second survey returned weeks later, what they saw was even harder to accept. The spiral hadn't faded, it had sharpened. The grooves were deeper, the edges cleaner, as though something had returned and retraced the path. But around it, the seafloor was untouched, smooth, undisturbed. No trails, no footprints of motion, just the spiral. Divers who swam into the center described a strange calm, almost like the water thinned out, as if pressure itself dipped right at the core. Instruments showed slight fluctuations, small enough to ignore unless you'd seen the spiral first. Then those numbers felt like a warning. Most theories stuck to safe ground. Maybe it was magnetic. Maybe sediment was reacting to event. But one diver in a private log wrote something less comfortable. It wasn't made on the sand. It was made through it. As if something came up, turned once and went back down. That log never went public, but the phrase still echoes in oceanography circles. Because the truth is, the spiral hasn't eroded. It's still there. And whether it was carved by currents or by something alive, it's holding its shape in silence. And silence doesn't last long underwater, because just a few hundred miles away, researchers found not a spiral carved into the sand, but a river running inside the sea itself. There's a place in the Gulf of Mexico where divers swear a river runs across the ocean floor. Not a figure of speech, not a poetic image, but an actual current of water moving like a serpent through the deep. It's darker than the sea around it, hugging the seabed in silver curves, spilling over ridges like mercury. Leaves that should have rotted years ago ride its current, carried like they're still part of some forest above. Fish that swim into it don't come back out. Scientists classify it as a brine pool, a pocket of hypersaline water, heavier than the sea that surrounds it. But this one doesn't sit still in a basin, it moves. It branches, it turns corners, like it remembers a path it's following. Instruments that skim its surface glitch. Compasses spin. Cameras freeze. Gauges tremble in their casings. And stranger still, the water is warm, not slightly, but noticeably warmer than the seabed it crosses. Some say that's just geothermal energy. Others argue it's carrying heat from somewhere deeper. But in 2009, when an ROV followed its thread upstream, the story shifted from theory to silence. The robot traced the current through a canyon until the ground fell away beneath it. The river plunged into a cavern and the ROV followed. What it entered wasn't a tunnel so much as a void. Sonar bounced back. No ceiling, no floor beyond its lights. Then came a thermal flare. Heat blooming on the monitors like something had opened a door ahead. And then the feed cut. No signal, no wreckage, no ROV ever recovered. What returned through the tether was stranger than static. A low, humming sound, pulsed as though it had rhythm, like the water itself was carrying back pieces of a song. Fishermen who'd avoided the area for generations weren't surprised. They already had a name for that place, Lorente Canarega, the current that does not return. It's one thing to see a spiral carved into the sand. It's another to find a river cutting through the sea. But stranger still is when the ocean doesn't just take your equipment, it takes your people. Because not far from there, 2 divers went down together, yet only one came back. Near a volcanic ridge, 2 divers were sent down to record fresh vents forming on the seabed. Both were tethered, both trained for deep work, and the water was unusually calm. Their voices came through the line as expected, steady, professional, taking notes on sediment and temperature. Then, without warning, one of the voices faded. Not cut off, not broken, just quieter and quieter, until only one diver could be heard. Surface control assumed interference. Maybe a faulty mic. 5 minutes later, only one tether rose. The winch reeled it back slowly, rope swaying in the current, until a single diver broke the surface. Mask fogged, hands trembling, no words spoken at first. When pressed, he whispered that she had kept sinking. The body cam footage was corrupted, but fragments survived. Half-lit shapes, a flicker in the corner, garbled sound. One clear frame showed a hand reaching upward, disappearing just beyond the rim of the vent. Behind her, something faint loomed in the water. Not fins, not bubbles, just mass, a presence that swallowed the light around it. Her tether had been severed clean, not snapped or tangled. The survivor never dove again. He told colleagues she heard something before she drifted, a sound only she could hear. No one else had recorded anything. Only stillness, only pressure. And that ridge is now marked quietly among locals as a place to be avoided, not mapped. North of the Faroes, there's a patch of sea that fishermen don't name. No warning markers on maps, no government restrictions, but captains know the coordinates. They call it the drop, because the moment you cross into it, the sea feels wrong. Sound disappears. Not quiet, but hollow, as if the water itself is holding its breath. Sonar hiccups, net snag with no resistance. Fish caught there sometimes come up stiff, frozen mid-swim. Eyes glazed, as though they were stopped in motion before ever reaching the deck. One ship dragged its nets too deep and hauled up nothing but shredded mesh, twisted into spirals. In it was a fragment of metal etched with a symbol no one could identify. Not letters, not numbers, something older. The fragment was logged for study, packed, and sent away. It never reached its destination. Somewhere in transit, it disappeared, leaving only the photographs. A diver swore the markings resembled a cave drawing he once saw in a museum. Since then, crews keep distance. Bendors would describe buy-in. They don't call it cursed, just costly. Something always leaves with you when you fish there, even if it's only sleep. Younger deacons speak of knocks in the hull at night, not from outside but from below, timed like someone rapping softly to be let in, and no captain sails directly across it anymore. It isn't charted, it isn't official, but everyone at sea knows the drop, waits for those who forget. And speaking of things that vanish, one monitoring buoy deployed on the mid-Atlantic ridge disappeared as if it had never existed. Bright orange, anchored deep, meant to record tremors along the fault. Its signal pulsed like clockwork, 90 seconds apart. For 6 days it reported calmly. Then on the 7th night, silence. No storm, no drift, just absence. The final transmission seemed unremarkable until technicians noticed its timing. The pulses shifted by milliseconds, a tiny distortion as though something had answered back. When they magnified the signal, a faint harmonic was visible beneath the static. Not equipment error, not background noise, something organic, rhythmic, and then it was gone. Divers went down to recover the rig. They found the anchor line trailing into the deep, cut clean. The seabed below was smooth, pressed flat, as though something immense had leaned on it, and then lifted away. 2 weeks later, a stray ping appeared on another station. Same ID tag as the missing buoy, but coming from thousands of miles away. An impossible leap across the ocean. No current fast enough to carry it. Before it could be triangulated, the signal cut again. Replacement buoys were deployed. One lasted 4 days, another only 2. Each fell silent without trace. The project was abandoned and the ridge went unwatched. Some said tectonic stress was at fault. Others suspected magnetic interference. But the ocean doesn't cut ropes clean, and whatever pressed into that sediment left no name, only silence. One quiet night in the North Sea, a trawler crew expected a routine haul. The nets were heavy, straining the winches, so everyone gathered on deck to pull. When the catch finally hit the boards, the crew stepped back in confusion. Instead of squid or cod, something translucent spilled across the deck. Its body stretched thin like a veil of living glass. Veins of faint blue light flickered inside it, glowing and dimming as though the thing carried its own pulse. Then it twitched. The glow flared, and 2 orbs opened deep within its body. They weren't eyes as we know them, but lantern-like spheres that burned with steady light. One pale, one green, pulsing together in rhythm. Sailors froze. One reached forward out of reflex the instant his fingers brushed the creature. His hand recoiled as though burned. His skin blanched white, blistering with sudden cold, as if he'd pressed it against dry ice. The air shifted even though it was a mild night. The temperature seemed to drop. Men exhaled and saw their breath fog. The creature twined its limbs. Dozens of thin threads folded beneath its body before flexing in a slow, deliberate motion that made the net sag. The deck lights flickered once, and then, without warning, the glow surged. The sailors panicked. Some shouted to throw it back, others wanted to study it. In the end, fear won. They heaved the net overboard, letting the translucent mass slide back into black water. But the story didn't end with its release. For hours afterward, men standing watch swore they saw the light trailing them. Far behind the ship, just beyond the beams, the pale glow pulsed, steady, deliberate, following at a distance like it was watching. By morning, it was gone. None of the men reported it officially. They didn't want their ship's name tied to madness, but in quiet conversations in port taverns, the tale resurfaced. Some compared it to giant squid, others to unknown jellyfish, but the descriptions never matched anything catalogued. Too symmetrical, too deliberate. Years later, one of the men broke his silence. He said the glow didn't just light the sea. It lit their faces as if it was studying them in return. That more than the cold burns was what haunted him. The sense that when those lantern eyes opened, they weren't just emitting light, they were seeing. In the cold waters between Sweden and Finland, treasure hunters dragging sonar for old wrecks spotted a shape that froze them in their seats. The monitor showed a disc resting on the seabed nearly 70 meters wide, with edges smooth enough to look carved. At its center was a dome, and stretching behind it a tail-like structure buried in silt. To anyone glancing at the grainy image, it looked eerily like something out of science fiction. A craft, not a rock. The divers expected jagged stones or tangled ship timbers. Instead, when they descended, they saw something that seemed geometric, almost architectural. Grooves along its side formed what looked like stairs or a ramp. Beneath the seabed was gouged out, as if the object had once slid or landed with weight. When they drew closer, equipment failed, lights flickered, cameras cut out. Even their satellite phones went dead until they pulled back. The crew returned, shaken. Some called it a natural outcrop, a relic of glaciers carving the land. Others whispered of ruins, swallowed by ice and time. But the divers couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just lying there by chance. It looked as though it belonged. Touching its surface made the mystery worse. In some places, the disc felt scorched, pitted like melted stone. In others, it was smooth and metallic. One diver described it as wrong rock material that didn't match anything in the Baltic. And then there was the hole. A perfectly circular opening led straight down, dark and featureless, too precise to be the result of erosion. Samples were collected. Black fragments, heavy and unfamiliar. Analysis later claimed they were ordinary stone, though whispers persisted that the samples didn't match the region's geology. Either way, the main structure still rests where it was found, undisturbed, unreachable by large expeditions. Official explanations lean toward geology, but the divers' testimony still circulates in quiet corners. They speak less about what it looked like and more about how it felt. The silence around it, the way instruments bent and failed, as if the disc resisted being measured. Maybe it's ice-carved. Maybe it's older. Or maybe it's waiting, half-buried, not meant to be uncovered. Off the coast of Iceland, sailors whisper of nights when the sea blinks. Not lightning, not reflection, but a ribbon of light that rises silently through the water, curling into the air before dissolving back into black. Those who've seen it describe it as long as a ship, shimmering white at its core with green edges that ripple like heat waves. It doesn't splash. It doesn't roar. It simply emerges as though water is no barrier at all. For generations, the story was dismissed as exhaustion at sea. The aurora reflected on waves or alcohol-fueled imagination. But then sonar caught something real. A Japanese fishing vessel scanned an enormous undulating shape 30 meters beneath the hull. The crew thought it was a shoal of fish until the shape coiled. It wasn't scattering, it was deliberate. As they stared, every gauge on board pulsed once in unison. Not an outage, not a failure, just a synchronized crackle as though the ship had sighed. Then came the glow. The water beneath them lit up in a single line, brighter than deck lamps, forcing the crew to shield their eyes. And just as quickly as it appeared, it faded, leaving the crew shaken and silent. Scientists offered explanations. Giant siphonophores stretching dozens of meters, bioluminescent colonies mistaken for a single body. Some argued tectonic stress released energy, bursts of light forced upward through seawater. Those answers filled papers, but never satisfied the witnesses because every fisherman, every sailor, every crewman who saw the flare serpent agreed on one thing. It didn't drift, it watched. One man described it best. It wasn't light, it was looking. He said when it blinked, he felt the act of seeing. Not his own eyes, but something seeing him. That subtle distinction is what keeps the legend alive. The flare serpent doesn't chase ships. It doesn't strike. It surfaces only when the sea is perfectly still, when no stars shine through cloud and the air feels suspended, always rising, always pausing, always blinking once before vanishing. Not a warning, not an attack, just presence. Even today, skippers teach their deckhands a quiet rule. If the water glows without sound, don't look too long, because the ocean may not just reflect light, it may return it with intent. And if the serpent's glow lingers, you'll never be certain whether you saw it or whether it saw you first. For centuries, maps of the Atlantic showed an island that sailors used as a landmark. Crews swore they'd sighted its cliffs rising through fog, and government surveys marked its position clearly. Captains counted it when plotting routes, and explorers mentioned it in their journals. But when satellites began to scan the seas, the island was gone. Not submerged, not shifted, gone, with no trace of seabed where land should have been. At first, seagrapers blamed old mistakes. Maps had often copied errors from one another, repeating legends until they looked like fact. But that doesn't explain why multiple crews across generations swore they saw the island, sometimes even landing on it to restock wood and water. Those journals are specific. Shorelines, streams, even wildlife described in detail. By the late 20th century, the island was officially erased from charts. Modern ships crossing the same coordinates report only endless blue water. Still, whispers linger. Some sailors claim the sea changes there, as if the horizon bends. Others insist that radar sometimes catches a brief outline, a silhouette rising in the mist, then disappearing before anyone can record it. Theories stretch wide. Some say the island was destroyed, deliberately hidden to erase territorial claims or protect resources. Others suggest it sank during seismic shifts, leaving no ridge to show where it once stood. But there's also the theory sailors tell quietly. The idea that the island never truly vanished. It simply slips in and out of reach. A place not fixed in geography, but in something else. Fishermen call it a mirage made solid. Historians call it a phantom. Whatever it was, its absence leaves a hole bigger than its presence ever did. Because if maps themselves can be wrong, if an island can exist and then not, what else do we trust that might fade tomorrow? And if land itself can vanish, what about the people who sail over it? That's where the next story leads. A ship found adrift, its crew present, yet gone in every other sense. Sailors still whisper about the freighter, found adrift in calm waters. No storm had touched it. No enemy had struck. It floated quietly, sails slack, hull intact. But when rescuers climbed aboard, what they found made even hardened men step back. Every crew member was dead. Bodies lay sprawled across the deck, slumped at stations, frozen in the act of living. Yet none bore a wound. Their eyes were wide, faces twisted into expressions of raw terror. Even the ship's dog was found stiff, lips curled back in a snarl at something unseen. The logbook ended abruptly with a half-finished entry. The ink trailed as though the writer had looked up and never returned to the page. The radio operators who caught the ship's distress call recalled a final chilling message. "I die, then silence." No one on board had lived long enough to explain what those words meant. Investigators searched for explanations. Poison in the air, maybe a leak of gas, but there was no trace of fumes. Others suggested food contamination, but nothing unusual was found in the galley. The truth was stranger. Everything looked normal except for the faces. Death didn't just arrive. It terrified. The rescue team barely had time to log their findings before something else happened. Hours after boarding, the ship shuddered with a deep vibration, cold seeping into its timbers as though frost was spreading from within. Then, without warning, the freighter exploded in a burst of fireless force. Splinters and debris scattered across the sea. But when divers later searched, nothing of substance remained. It was as if the vessel had chosen to erase itself. Theories circulate endlessly. Some point to a chemical reaction between unknown cargo and seawater. Others argue electrical failure caused a chain reaction, but skeptics counter. How does any natural cause leave a crew dead in terror without injury before destroying the ship hours later? The freighter left no survivors, no wreckage, only fragments of rumor. A ship can vanish. A crew can die without explanation. But to this day, sailors repeat one detail with unease. The voice that came over the radio didn't sound panicked. It sounded resigned, as if the man knew death was already on board, long before anyone else realized it. It began as a routine training flight. The squadron took off in clear skies, planes lined neatly in formation, radios crackling with calm instructions. They were seasoned men flying dependable machines, confident that this mission would be no different from dozens before. But within an hour, the voices on the radio changed. The pilot sounded confused. One reported, "Nothing looks right. The ocean doesn't look like it should." Navigation instruments faltered. Compasses spun aimlessly, readings contradicted each other, and the horizon itself seemed distorted. The men circled, trying to orient themselves, but the further they flew, the less sense the sea below made. Another voice broke in, strained but steady. "We can't find land. All directions lead nowhere." The words weren't panic. They were bewilderment. Rescue crews tracked the signal until it cut without warning. No mayday, no coordinates, just silence where 5 planes had been. Search efforts combed the region for weeks, deploying ships and aircraft. Not a scrap of fuselage, not a life raft, not even an oil slick was recovered. It was as if the squadron had never existed. A second aircraft was dispatched, carrying men who believed they could locate their comrades. The plane was sturdy, piloted by experts, stocked with emergency gear. It too vanished. No final call, no smoke on the horizon, no wreckage found. 2 missions lost in the same expanse of ocean. Both swallowed whole, theories abound. Some suggest magnetic anomalies interfered with instruments, pulling the planes off course until they ran out of fuel. Others argue sudden weather shifts obscured land and confused navigation. But none explain the absence of wreckage. Even in violent storms, debris floats. Evidence drifts. Here there was nothing. For those who track such mysteries, the squadron became a symbol, not of failure, but of erasure. Skilled men in reliable machines can vanish as cleanly as ink dissolving in water. And when a place earns a reputation for such disappearances, it earns another name too, one whispered by sailors and pilots alike. A triangle of sea where the world doesn't always play by its own rules. Merchant ships crossing the equator began reporting something they struggled to describe. It wasn't lightning. It wasn't reflection. Entire horizons lit up as though the sea had turned to molten glass. Deckhands stared into waves that shimmered like daylight, stretching farther than lamps could reach. These weren't patches of bioluminescent plankton glowing briefly with a brush of movement. This was vast fields of milky light running for miles, steady and alive. The first reaction was awe. Imagine standing in complete darkness on an open deck and seeing the sea itself breathe light beneath you. But the longer it lasted, the more unsettling it became. Sailors swore their compasses faltered, not because of magnets, but because they no longer trusted the horizon. Some felt dizzy, as though the ocean had ceased to be water at all. When research vessels later recorded it, they confirmed the effect could be seen even from satellites. Scientists explained it as bacterial blooms, each organism producing light in unison, creating a carpet of glow. Natural, they said. Biological, yet natural doesn't always mean ordinary. Out there in the silence of night, the explanation did little to soften the strangeness. Some blooms lasted minutes, others went on for hours, drifting like pale continents across black seas. Mariners described it as walking through fog while afloat, the glow reflecting off hulls, rigging even faces. A few reported the eerie sensation that the light pulsed, dimming and brightening with rhythm, almost like a giant heartbeat. There were reports of equipment glitching, radios hissing, depth gauges stuttering, as though the glow carried more than light. One trawler captain confessed that he ordered his crew below deck, not for safety, but because the sight unsettled him more than any storm ever had. Science assures us the phenomenon is harmless, but those who've sailed through it know better. When the ocean decides to shine brighter than the moon, it feels less like chemistry and more like intention. And if seas themselves can glow with that much force, what else might they reveal when they want to be seen? For one rescue ship, the answer came not in light, but in silence. The silence of a freighter adrift, its crew already lost. Hydrophones lowered into a trench once caught a sound no one could classify. It wasn't whale song, nor the crack of ice, nor the thrum of engines. It was a rising tone, smooth and deliberate, climbing like a voice holding a note before sliding back down again. It repeated over and over, sometimes stretching for hours, like the ocean itself was chanting. At first, researchers thought it was a glitch, equipment distortion, interference from surface vessels. But when they checked, the nearest ships were hundreds of miles away. The recording was clean. No static, no cross-channel noise, just a steady note resonating through miles of water. When the audio was sped up, it almost resembled a human choir. Deep, resonant, harmonic in ways the sea isn't supposed to be. The strangest part, the pitch matched no known species. Too low for whales, too structured for seismic activity, and yet it pulsed with a rhythm that suggested order. Divers in the region reported feeling vibrations before hearing them, like the sound moved not only through water but through their bones. Some swore their chests tightened, as though the hum pressed inward with each cycle. The sound became known among researchers as the singing pressure. Some tried to tie it to gas releases from the seabed, bubbles forcing their way upward. Others thought volcanic vents were to blame, but vents they roar. They don't hold a steady note that carries across an entire ocean basin. Years later, a second hydrophone array in another trench recorded something eerily similar. The same rising tone, the same slide back down. Not identical in length, but close enough to suggest a pattern. If it were biological, that would mean a creature larger than any known whale, singing in a register deeper than any animal on Earth. If it were geological, it would mean the planet itself occasionally hums like a living thing. Neither answer satisfies because in the recordings, the note doesn't just exist, it resonates. It feels aimed as if something in the dark is not just sounding off, but calling. And when the sea calls, sometimes it moves too. For the next crew that dared to listen, the ocean floor itself shifted under their lights. A submersible team descending along a volcanic ridge once reported something that didn't fit any manual. They were used to rock slides, drifting sediment, and currents stirring up clouds. But this was different. The seabed itself rippled. Not sand, not silt. The solid floor beneath them rose in waves, stretching outward as though something enormous shifted beneath a blanket. The pilots panicked at first, thinking an earthquake was underway, but the instruments didn't show tremors. Seismographs on the surface were quiet. The sub-sensors showed no gas release, no bubble plumes, nothing that could explain the motion. The only record is the footage. Grainy light beams cutting across a flat plane as the ground rolls like skin over muscle. Then just as quickly, it flattened. Particles drifted upward, caught in the lights, spiraling lazily. The sub hovered in silence. One pilot muttered.
It felt like standing on a rug and realizing something was underneath.
He swore the ripple wasn't random, but purposeful, as if the floor had acknowledged their presence before settling again. Back on the surface, the footage was reviewed dozens of times. Scientists proposed theories. Methane pockets, shifting sediments, tectonic plates adjusting with unusual smoothness. Each possibility was tested against the data.
None matched.
Currents don't lift entire planes evenly. Gas doesn't move like breath. The sub-crew never dove in that spot again. One pilot later admitted that what frightened him most wasn't the motion, but the pause afterward, the stillness. The way the seabed seemed to hold its breath once it had stilled, as though it had blinked. That phrase spread quietly among oceanographers. The floor blinked. They don't put it in official reports, but divers who hear the story think twice before drifting too low over ridges. Because once you've seen ground move like skin, you stop assuming anything beneath you is truly solid. And that's 15 strange finds so far. If you've stayed with me this long, I'll want to ask, how are you watching? Are you in bed with headphones on, or do you have the lights low, letting the dark around you feel a little heavier? However you're here, you're part of this journey, and we've only just begun. The merchant vessel drifted quietly in open waters when another ship spotted it. No smoke, no fire on the horizon, just a freighter sitting oddly low, its hull blackened as if flames had swept through to lace. When the boarding party climbed the ladder, the first thing they noticed was the frost. The deck crunched beneath their boots, coated with a thin sheet of ice that shimmered under sunlight.
It made no sense.
The ship looked burned, but the air around it was freezing. Cabins were untouched by flame, yet papers cracked in men's hands, brittle as if stored in a freezer. Tin cups stuck to tables, damp with frozen condensation. The galley smelled faintly of ash, but showed no scorch marks. The bridge was intact, but instruments were iced over. Whatever had happened, it was both fire and frost, coexisting in ways the laws of physics shouldn't allow. Not a soul remained. Crew quarters were abandoned mid-task, beds turned down, meals half-eaten. Some logs hinted at odd temperature swings, but the final entries ended abruptly, pens trailing off mid-sentence. Whoever had written them had no chance to finish. Investigators speculated about chemical reactions, cargo combusting, gas igniting, heat trapped in sealed chambers, but no explosion scars marks the hull, and no soot lined the bulkheads. Others blamed methane hydrates, strange ice that burns in contact with air. But if that were the case, why the ice everywhere? Why? The sensation that the whole ship had been flash frozen after burning. The vessel remained adrift for weeks. Boarding parties returned again and again, only to find the frost spreading, biting deeper into the steel. Finally, before salvage could tow her to port, the ship sank suddenly.
No distress, no warning, just a slow descent into black.
Those who stepped aboard never forgot the contradiction. Fire that froze, heat without flame, cold that carried burn marks. Some say the ship passed through a pocket of water where the laws of temperature twisted. Others whisper the sea sometimes consumes vessels by changing its own rules. Whatever the cause, the image lingers, a ship blackened like cinders, coated with ice, leaving behind no answer, but one enduring paradox. Survey maps of the Atlantic seafloor once revealed something that looked more like a city plan than geology. Lines stretched across the bottom in perfect parallel, forming rectangles and squares aligned with uncanny precision. For miles, the grid continued, each intersection sharp enough to suggest roads laid with intention. At first glance, the sonar images resembled an aerial view of a metropolis swallowed by the sea. Researchers tried to dismiss it as an artifact of the mapping software, computer lines overlaying rough terrain. But when divers ventured into the region, they reported otherwise. Beneath them were ridges straight and narrow like walls. Some ran for hundreds of meters before stopping cleanly. Others intersected in corners too exact to be natural fault lines. One trawler crew attempting to fish the area dragged up shredded nets. The fibers weren't torn on rock, they were sliced. Sailors swore the cuts were too clean, as though nets had scraped across edges sharp as steel. Whatever was down there, it wasn't soft sediment or rounded boulders. It was structure. Theories flooded in. Some claimed the grid was the remnant of an ancient civilization, a drowned city long before history began.
Others held to science.
Volcanic fractures, tectonic stress, creating neat cracks in stone. Yet skeptics struggled to explain why the lines ran so consistently, forming angles closer to architecture than chaos. The grid still exists on certain sonar charts, though it's been quietly erased from public maps. Divers avoid it now, not because of danger, but because of unease. The seafloor is supposed to look organic, uneven, chaotic. When it arranges itself like a blueprint, it raises questions too large to answer. And so the grid below lingers in whispers. Was it simply geology playing tricks, or the echo of something built when the ocean floor was once dry? Those who've seen the maps firsthand agree on one unsettling detail. The lines don't fade with time. They persist, clear and sharp, as if whatever drew them still holds its place in the dark. A research submersible drifting along a trench recorded something its pilots would never forget. As the light swept across the plain, a reflection flickered back. At first, they thought it was metal, perhaps debris from a wreck. But as the sub moved closer, the surface revealed itself as smooth and curved, a shimmer-like glass set into the seafloor. They circled it cautiously. It wasn't a bubble because it didn't distort or burst. It wasn't stone because it reflected perfectly, bending their beams like a mirror. Instruments reported nothing unusual. No density shift, no heat signature, no seismic disturbance. Yet there it was, a gleaming arc that looked disturbingly like a window. The crew tested it with lasers, shining a beam directly into the curve. The light refracted strangely, splitting into bands as though it had entered another medium. For a brief second, one pilot swore he saw movement behind it, not a shadow from their own craft, but shapes, faint outlines. Then the reflection warped, and the surface vanished. Where the window had been was only blank seafloor again, as if it had never existed. Back on the ship, the footage showed little to cameras. The shimmer looked like glare, a trick of lights against silt, but the pilots knew what they had seen. One argued it resembled the kind of reflection you get looking into a room through a glass pane at night. Your own light bouncing back, but something darker lurking behind. They never released the raw data. Official reports described it simply as optical distortion. The term satisfied the paperwork, but not the memory, because what unnerved the crew wasn't just the surface itself, but its timing. It appeared only when they hovered closest, only when their beams focused directly, almost as if it waited to be noticed. No follow-up dives were scheduled. The expedition was quietly marked complete, despite half the trench going unexplored. The men who saw it avoided the subject in interviews, choosing instead to talk about currents and geology. But one pilot, off record, whispered to a colleague, "We weren't looking into water, we were looking through it." And that thought raises another. If there are windows in the deep, are they meant for us to look in or for something else to look out? A fishing crew hauling long lines in the South Pacific once brought up something they never forgot. At first, it looked like wreckage tangled in the net, heavy and bone-colored. But when the mass hit the deck, the men froze. It was a fragment of a jaw curved like a crescent moon lined with teeth. Each tooth was the length of a man's hand, serrated on both sides like a saw, layered 3 deep. No whale, no shark known today carried anything like it. The piece wasn't fossilized either. The bone was fresh, porous, pale, as though it had been alive only weeks before. Tests later suggested it had spent little time in the water. That raised an impossible question. If it wasn't ancient, then what creature had shed it? Some tried to write it off as a genetic deformity, maybe a malformed whale fragment, but the serrations were too deliberate, too uniform. Sailors whispered about monsters that should have vanished with prehistory. One of them muttered, "If this is just a piece, how big was the whole thing?" The rest of the night was silent. The jaw was sent ashore for analysis. It disappeared in transit. All that survives are photographs, grainy, poorly lit, yet clear enough to show the saw-toothed ridges. Those images circulated quietly among sailors, copied again and again until they became legend. One captain, who saw it firsthand, described how the air on deck changed the moment the fragment hit the planks. "Like we weren't supposed to be looking at it," he said. Others remembered the way the teeth gleamed in lantern light, curved inward like a trap designed to keep anything from escaping. Some argue it belonged to an undiscovered predator that still lurks in deep trenches, rising rarely and briefly. Others believe it was a relic of something long gone, brought up from sediment by chance. But the men who touched it never argued about one thing. The piece felt alive, not just bone, but memory. And that memory was sharp enough to cut through the silence of every man who saw it. In calm waters above a mid-ocean ridge, a research vessel sat still, its crew busy with routine measurements. Then the ship lurched, not forward, not side to side, but upward, as though something vast below had exhaled. The deck tilted slightly, ropes strained, and equipment slid across the floor. Everyone froze. Sonar showed something stranger still. The water column beneath the hole bulged outward, a dome of displaced sea rising as if pressed from below. It wasn't turbulence. It wasn't an eruption. No tremor was recorded. No bubbles rose. And yet, the ship floated momentarily higher before the swell flattened. Crew members scrambled, thinking of earthquakes or venting gas, but none of their instruments agreed. The ocean beneath them wasn't active. It was empty, calm, except for the singular pulse that had lifted them. Hours passed uneventfully. Then, just before dawn, it happened again. The bulges repeated twice more, each time stronger, each time lifting the ship as if the sea itself was alive. The crew lowered cameras, hoping to capture evidence. What they got was only static, frames full of drifting plankton, lines of interference cutting across the screen. The sensors all told the same story. Nothing was there. One officer later described the sensation in his journal. He didn't call it a wave, he called it a breath. He wrote that the steel beneath his boots thrummed like lungs expanding, the kind of vibration you feel more than hear. That phrase, "the ship that breathed," stuck with every man aboard. The event was never explained. Some argued it was a thermal plume, a pocket of water expanding with sudden heat. Others claimed unusual currents funneling upward, but the crew who lived it dismissed those answers. They swore no tide, no vent, no current feels like intent, and that makes 20. If you've made it this far, I want to pause and ask, what do you think these stories are?
Are they just science we haven't caught up to yet?
Or is the ocean showing us things we were never meant to measure? Let me know down in the comments, because the sea has 60 more secrets waiting, and the next one is about a sound that carried through an entire ocean like a memory. A salvage crew working a wreck in the North Atlantic lowered microphones to chart the acoustic profile of the site. They expected the usual creaks of twisted beams, groans of shifting metal, and the faint calls of distant whales. Instead, what came back through the headphones were bells. Not a single chime, not random noise, but a cascade of ringing layered like a cathedral hidden beneath the waves. Each tone was clear,
resonant, and impossibly sharp for something traveling through salt water.
At first, the men laughed, perhaps interference, a glitch in the recording system, or even contamination from radio signals, but the bells didn't sound artificial. They rose and fell in harmony, repeating with such precision that even seasoned technicians admitted it sounded deliberate. More unsettling still was the origin. The hydrophones triangulated the sound to the wreck's hold, a rusted chamber that had carried no bells. Divers prepared to investigate.
As they descended, the ringing softened but did not vanish.
By the time they swam inside the hull, silence pressed around them. Yet in their headsets, the bells continued, faint, echoing as if only they were meant to hear. Inside the wreck, they found nothing but collapsed beams and sand. No artifacts, no instruments, nothing to explain the ringing. But the further they explored, the more the sound changed. The bright chimes dulled to a humming vibration, so low it rattled through their bones. The divers' surface shaken, insisting the wreck was resonating with something that wasn't there. Playback confirmed what they described. The recording captured distinct harmonics, too structured to be noise. Some tones even matched historical hymns, though the wreck itself was centuries newer. The official report called it subsurface resonance, a phrase meant to close the file. Yet among the crew, the explanation never sat right. One diver later confided that as the hum filled his chest, he recognized it. His grandmother had sung the same tune, a hymn passed down through generations. How a sunken ship could echo a song older than itself was left unanswered. The sea has a way of storing memory, and sometimes that memory rings louder than reason. While scanning the seafloor near the Azores, an autonomous submersible captured an image that froze the research team. Rising from the plain below was a vertical spire 40 meters tall, standing in complete isolation. It wasn't jagged like natural basalt columns, nor rounded like volcanic chimneys. The sides were unnervingly smooth, four faces tapering upward to a sharp point, as if the ocean floor had grown a monument. At first, the crew assumed it was geology misinterpreted by sonar. But when the sub drew closer and its cameras lit the structure, the spire reflected light with an unusual sheen. It wasn't metallic, yet it gleamed in straight lines, angles far too clean to be coincidence. The pilot adjusted course to circle it, revealing edges that met at near-perfect right angles. Rock rarely bends to human geometry.
This looked carved.
Around the base, the seabed was bare. No rubble, no collapsed fragments, no neighboring peaks. The tower stood alone like a solitary column set deliberately on a vast stage. The effect unsettled everyone watching. It looked less like nature and more like intention. As the sub drew nearer, markings became visible along the faces, grooves faint and shallow, as if weathered by time and current. Some curved in loops, others formed parallel strokes. No one could decide whether they were inscriptions or just the random scars of erosion. But the symmetry lingered, daring the mind to see patterns. Halfway through its sweep, the sub lost power. Lights flickered, thrusters cut, and for long seconds it drifted aimlessly in the dark, the spire looming in its last recorded frame. Then, without explanation, systems restarted, though battery levels read unchanged. The sub returned safely, but technicians never coaxed its lights back on again. The footage was archived, filed under geological anomaly, though the crew who watched it never accepted that label. One of them summed it up quietly. If it were a rock, it would crumble, but it stood there waiting. To this day, no team has revisited the site. Perhaps it was geology playing tricks, or perhaps it was a monument older than the maps that guide us. Either way, the tower remains in shadow, unmeasured, unexplained, and avoided. South of Madagascar, a survey vessel reported something unnerving on its sonar instead of a clean sweep of the water column. The screen showed a spiral, not rock, not sediment, but water itself twisting downward like a drill boring into the sea. It stretched miles across, narrowing toward a dark center. At first, the crew thought it was a malfunction until they looked over the side. The ocean swirled slowly, pulling nothing in, yet holding shape as though stirred by an invisible hand. Waves bent toward the spiral, but never broke. The surface looked oily, reflective, as if light itself was being swallowed. Fishermen who'd skirted that region had spoken of the water that moves without wind, but no one had believed them. Now the crew saw it with their own eyes. Cautiously, they lowered booze into the current. Instruments showed nothing unusual, no heat, no magnetic flux, no seismic activity, just water. Yet each boo vanished after circling twice, sinking soundlessly without resistance. The surface remained calm as though it had absorbed them completely. The captain ordered the ship to back away, but not before one final test.
A flare was fired directly into the spiral.
It should have bobbed and burned. Instead, the light dimmed instantly, swallowed whole as though smothered beneath the lid. Within seconds, the sea was dark again, unbroken, patient. When the footage was reviewed later, something stranger appeared. The spiral wasn't random. The arcs on sonar mirrored the golden ratio, each loop tightening at exact intervals.
Mathematically perfect.
Nature makes spirals, hurricanes, shells, galaxies, but not ones that erase booze, not ones that devour light. The crew logged the anomaly but never returned. In port, they described it quietly. A drain in the ocean not pulling downward but sideways into somewhere else. And though officials dismissed it as misread data, sailors still avoid those coordinates. Because if the sea can shape itself into a spiral that erases matter, who can say it isn't a doorway, one current leading not down, but away? In the Indian Ocean, near a ridge rarely visited, deep-sea cameras caught something researchers at first mistook for coral. A white sprawl stretched across the seabed, branching into shapes that resembled antlers, spines, and long, tapering fingers. The lights revealed hundreds of protrusions rising out of the silt, glimmering, pale and sharp. It looked like a frozen forest until one diver realized what he was seeing. They weren't coral branches. They were bones, whale vertebrae stacked in strange towers, ribs bent into arches like doorways, skulls, some cracked, some intact, positioned upright as if gazing outward. The arrangement wasn't scattered the way carcasses usually settle. It was deliberate, almost ritualistic, each piece placed as though by unseen hands. At the center of the expanse stood a mound, layered with jawbones pointing skyward like spires. The crew went silent. No predator piles bones with such care. No current stacks skeletons into patterns. The site stretched for nearly a kilometer, a cemetery too vast to be natural. Samples were collected. Every bone came from different species.
Sperm whales, dolphins, even great sharks.
The dates varied by centuries, some recent, others ancient. It was as if the ocean had been depositing bodies here for lifetimes, only to have them arranged in grim order. Some researchers proposed that currents converged at this point, sweeping carcasses together, but currents scatter and break. They don't build towers of vertebrae or balance skulls on ridges. Others argued scavengers might drag remains into clusters. Yet, no scavenger is known to lift bones into geometric alignments. What disturbed the divers most wasn't the sight, but the silence. The water pressed heavy, no sound but the crackle of their radios. One swore he felt watched, though no life stirred among the heaps. Another refused to go deeper into the field, saying the arrangement felt more like an offering than a grave. The site was logged and sealed away. Official reports listed it as a whale fall zone, but the crew still call it something else. The garden, a place where bones don't just fall, they're kept. And if they're kept, then by whom? South of the illusions, a team of marine geologists dropped weighted microphones to record deep currents. For hours, all they heard was the usual whale clicks, the faint roar of distant seismic tremors, the steady hush of water moving past. Then, without warning, the ocean sounded hollow. It began as a deep boom, not sharp like thunder, but round, resonant, like a drum struck from the inside. The sound repeated every 40 seconds, shaking through the line until the metal casing of the hydrophone rattled against its tether. The ocean itself seemed to reverberate, as though the basin below was empty space. Sonar mapped the area and revealed a strange anomaly, a circular depression on the seafloor, nearly 2 meters wide with edges smooth as if carved by hand. At its center, no ridge, no vent, just blackness that swallowed their beams. Every time the hydrophone dipped closer to that circle, the booming grew louder,
vibrating through the instruments until the recordings clipped from overload. The crew tried lowering a camera rig, braced against failure.
As it sank toward the depression, the booming grew steady like a heartbeat reverberating through steel. For 20 minutes the rig descended, lights slicing into darkness. And then the feed went blank. Not static, not interference, just black, as if the equipment had entered a chamber where light itself was swallowed. When they pulled the line back, the rig was gone. The cable snapped clean, at a point hundreds of meters above the seabed.
No debris floated.
No fragments returned. Only silence followed, punctuated once more by that cavernous boom rising from below. To this day, sailors call that place the Hollow Drum. Scientists mark it as an unexplained acoustic phenomenon. But crews who cross near the coordinates say they can feel it in their hulls, a bass note thrumming through steel, timed like breath. And if the ocean has lungs, perhaps it also has a voice.
That's 25 mysteries.
Now, if you're still with me, I have to ask, how are you holding up? Some people fall asleep to these stories, letting the ocean's strangeness rock them into dreams. Others stay wide awake, unable to shake the thought that the sea is watching back. Which one are you tonight?
A deep sea drone exploring the Cayman Trough once swept its lights across something no one on the surface expected.
Rising from the sediment was a staircase, not a jagged slope or a trick of erosion, but a formation of wide steps, each nearly 2 meters tall, cut in even rhythm. The stairs ascended along a ridge and vanished into the gloom, as though they led upward into black water rather than down to solid ground. At first, the pilots assumed it was coincidence. Fractured rocks stacked by tectonic stress, a pattern the mind twisted into architecture. But as the drone climbed, the steps continued with uncanny precision. Each riser was nearly identical in height, each tread flat enough to cast a uniform shadow. The effect was disorienting. It didn't look natural. It looked made. The drone's cameras shook slightly as currents pressed against it. Operators slowed its ascent, measuring angles, counting each step, 20, 50. Still the staircase rose, vanishing into haze like a spiral of stone ascending to nowhere. When sonar mapped the ridge, it confirmed what the cameras saw. An unbroken chain of levels, rising far taller than any natural outcrop should. One operator whispered the obvious. Who builds stairs underwater? No one answered. Theories trickled in. Volcanic shelves stacked across millennia, faults shifting in layers. Yet the symmetry was relentless. No random process should replicate itself so consistently. At step 60, the feed stuttered, lights flared, then dimmed, as if something massive passed above. For an instant, the cameras caught only shadow, an absence darker than the trench itself. Then the feed cleared, and the staircase was gone. Not collapsed, not destroyed, gone, replaced by a slope of ordinary rubble. Instruments showed no anomaly. To anyone watching, it seemed as though the drone had blinked and the world had reset. The pilots argued afterward, replaying the footage again and again. The steps were there, counted, measured, undeniable. Yet, the final frames showed nothing but broken rock. Was it an illusion, a glitch, or did the staircase simply close itself when seen too closely? To this day, that section of the Cayman Trough is mapped as featureless, but the operators who guided the drones swear the stairs were real, and what unsettles them most is not their existence, but their direction. Because every staircase leads somewhere, and this one seemed to climb into the dark, as if the ocean itself was built to be ascended. Near the Galapagos Rift, an ROV deployed for geological studies stumbled across a field that glittered under its floodlights. Rising from the seabed were spires, delicate and translucent, stretching like trees frozen in ice. They weren't coral. They weren't stone. They were tubes of natural glass, hollow and thin-walled, formed from volcanic silica that had cooled in currents with impossible symmetry. The first impression was beauty, a silent forest swaying in the deep. Each stalk rose meters high, branching like frozen trees, catching the light and scattering it in rainbow arcs. But as the ROV pressed forward, the beauty became unnerving. The forest wasn't scattered randomly. The stalks formed aisles, lines leading deeper into the maze, symmetrical as if laid out by design. Operators pushed the machine forward, winding through glass corridors. The sonar pinged faint echoes bouncing strangely, as though the spires carried the sound down their lengths. For a moment, the crews swore they heard tones, resonances harmonizing like an organ. It was the seabed playing itself, a song made of brittle glass. Cameras lingered on one central pillar. It towered taller than the rest. Its base wide, its walls thick, a structure unlike the others. At its peak, the glass bent inward, creating an open circle, like a window staring back at the ROV. Just as the machine drew near, the sonar cut out. Every instrument flatlined into silence. Lights flickered, catching brief reflections that seemed to move across the walls. The pilot jerked the ROV back, afraid of losing it altogether. The moment the machine cleared the forest, the instruments came back, beeping alive again. Later, scientists described it clinically. Hydrothermal vents forming glass through rapid cooling. But the crew never accepted that. They remembered the ice eels, the perfect symmetry, the sense of arrangement. They called it the glass forest, a cathedral no one had built, waiting unbroken in the dark. In the South China Sea, a research team trailing plankton nets noticed something odd beneath them. At first, it looked like an oil slick spreading across the water. But when they turned their beams downward, what they saw wasn't on the surface at all. It was below. A circle of black stretched along the seafloor, so sharply defined it looked painted on. A perfect ring wider than a stadium. The edges shimmered faintly, bending light like heat waves rising from asphalt. Yet the water there was cold, denser than the sea around it. Instruments recorded nothing unusual, no rise in salinity, no changes in temperature significant enough to matter, but cameras showed otherwise. Fish approaching the edge turned sharply away, never crossing the boundary. A school of jacks split cleanly in two, veering along the line as though an invisible wall had stopped them. Divers volunteered to descend, curious if the halo was some mineral deposit, but the captain refused. One of the researchers muttered, "If even fish won't go in, why should we?" The ship circled for hours, watching the black ring hold its shape against currents that should have blurred it. At night, the glow from the deck lights revealed something stranger. The water within the circle reflected no light. It wasn't shadow and it wasn't depth. Sonar had already proven the sea floor inside the ring was no deeper than the ground around it. But the reflection stopped cold at the edge, as though light itself refused to enter. Theories multiplied, magnetic minerals staining the floor.
Ancient volcanic glass spread in a circle.
Even a bloom of algae so dark it swallowed brightness. Yet none explained why the halo was so precise, why it repelled fish, or why its surface seemed to shimmer like a barrier. The ship logged its findings, but the location was never shared widely. Mariners whisper about the black halo like a curse, an opening too still to trust. Because if light, current, and life avoid the ring, then perhaps it isn't just a stain, perhaps it's a boundary. And if it marks a boundary, then something lies on the other side. Near the coast of Chile, oceanographers deployed a string of hydrophones to monitor whale migration. For weeks, the recordings captured the usual long, mournful calls echoing through the basin, the clicks of pods communicating, the low rumbles of distant giants. But one evening, the microphones picked up something different. It began as a single note, low and steady. Then a second joined it, higher, layered above the first, then a third, then a fourth, until the water seemed filled with harmonies. At first, the team thought it was whales, but the cadence was wrong. The notes weren't staggered. They were synchronized, like singers following a conductor. The recording grew louder, dozens of tones, then hundreds, blending into a choir that seemed impossibly vast. The harmonics bent into chords no whale had ever produced, notes that rose and fell in structured intervals. The scientists listened in silence, chilled by the strange beauty. It wasn't chaotic, it was ordered. Just as suddenly it stopped. Not faded, stopped. One moment a choir, the next silence so complete, the hydrophones clicked softly as if embarrassed. The team replayed the tape, convinced they had caught overlapping pods singing at once. But analysis showed every voice entered and ended simultaneously.
No animal on record behaves that way.
The sound wasn't whale song. It wasn't seismic. It was something else, something coordinating. When spectrograms were run, the shapes stunned the researchers. The patterns resembled sheet music, lines of frequencies stacked neatly, as if written by intention. Some tones repeated at intervals of exactly 30 seconds. Precision whales cannot achieve. One technician said it felt like listening to an orchestra, tuning in a hall too large to imagine. Another admitted privately that he dreamed of the sound for weeks, waking with the sensation that the choir had been waiting for him to answer. The recording was filed under anomalies, explained away as interference, but every member of the team knew what they heard. It wasn't noise. It wasn't accident. It was a performance, and they were the only audience. Section 30, The Drowned Face. North of Bermuda, a deep diving submersible sent back footage that still unsettles anyone who views it. The machine was scanning a vertical wall of rock when its lights caught something unnatural.
A face not carved into stone crudely by erosion, but shaped with precision. Two hollow sockets, a ridge like a nose, and a mouth that curved not flat, but down into a frown.
At first, the pilots assumed it was pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces in random shapes. But the longer they circled the wall, the harder it became to dismiss. The proportions were too exact. The sockets matched in depth. The mouth was symmetrical. And strangest of all, it wasn't a single face. As the lights shifted along the wall, new profiles appeared, one large, one smaller, some clear, others faint. It was as though the entire cliffside was crowded with faces half-formed, staring outward. The pilots pulled closer, instruments ticked upward, registering small changes in pressure. The cameras shook as current shifted unexpectedly, and in one frame, the mouth of the largest face seemed wider, not eroded open as though caught mid-breath. The footage was later reviewed by geologists who insisted the shapes were the result of fractures and shadow. Yet even they admitted the pattern was unusual. Erosion doesn't often mimic symmetry so consistently. Some suggested ancient carving, a monument swallowed by sea level rise, but the depths here were far below any known settlement zone, deeper than humans could have carved unaided. Divers sent later reported something unsettling. The closer they came to the wall, the more disoriented they felt. One claimed his ears popped violently, though the pressure gauges barely shifted. Another swore he heard muffled tones like voices carried through the stone. Their mission was cut short. The official record simply notes low visibility and unsafe conditions. But among the crew, the sight was called the drowned face. Not one, but many pressed into the rock as if waiting to be remembered. That's 30 mysteries now. If you're still awake, I need to ask, are you listening out of curiosity? Or is something else keeping you here? Some viewers tell me they fall asleep, lulled by the sea's endless strangeness. Others can't close their eyes at all, not with these images in their mind. So which are you? The dreamer or the one who stays wide awake? Off the coast of Portugal, divers exploring a wreck came across something they couldn't explain. The anchor, an enormous iron-forged relic, was still buried in the sand. Its flukes half rusted and crusted with barnacles, nothing unusual there. But when one of the divers brushed away sediment, the anchor began to vibrate. At first, they thought it was current pushing against the chain, but as they hovered, the vibration grew into a low hum. It wasn't random. The tone rose and fell in a slow rhythm.
Like the anchor was singing through the water.
The divers put their gloved hands against the iron. The sound wasn't just audible, it was physical. The metal trembled with a steady pulse, echoing through their bones. One diver claimed he felt the beat in his chest more than in his ears. Instruments strapped to the anchor showed no heat, no electrical current, nothing measurable that should have caused vibration. And yet the hum continued, filling the water around them. They surfaced, shaken, convinced they'd encountered a resonance effect. Perhaps the chain acted like a tuning fork, vibrating when currents hit it at the right angle. But when they returned days later, the sea was still, the current weak, and the anchor still sang.
Worse, the tone had shifted.
What was once a deep hum now trembled in higher notes, weaving faint patterns like melody. Divers swore the rhythm resembled breathing. Others argued it was closer to chanting. Theories multiplied: magnetism, seismic tremors, even auditory hallucinations from pressure. But all the men heard it and all felt it together. The anchor was left in place, its secret unsolved. Some say it still hums when the tide turns. An artifact-turned instrument carrying songs that don't belong to any crew. For the divers, the lesson was simple. Even dead ships sometimes find a way to speak. In the waters north of New Zealand, deep-sea divers exploring a hydrothermal region describe something that shouldn't exist. The seafloor, jagged with vents, suddenly gave way to an expanse, so smooth it looked polished. At the center yawned a circular opening 10 meters wide, its edges pale and chalky like bleached bone. The divers called it a moor, the white moor, because it looked less like geology and more like a mouth. Sonar showed the shaft descending straight down, impossible, in natural formations, as if the rock had been bored through with precision. The walls glowed faintly in their lights, reflecting a ghostly shimmer. One diver shone his beam directly into the hole, expecting darkness. Instead, the light vanished, swallowed completely within meters. Cameras captured only whiteness, a hazel-like fog moving against the current. The team lowered probes, their tethers unspooling steadily. Every 100 meters, the signal weakened until finally, at nearly half a kilometer, it stopped. When the cable was reeled back, the probe was gone. It snapped clean at an edge that showed no stress, no twisting, just severed. Geologists insisted it was a vent, a collapsed chimney exposing limestone, nothing more. But divers pushed back.
Vents spit heat.
This moor exhaled cold. Standing at its rim, they swore they felt currents pulling inward, not rushing like suction, but steady, measured like breath drawn through teeth. Fish avoided the area. No shrimp, no crabs, no life scuttled near the pale rim. It was sterile, empty, a wound in the earth that repelled everything around it. The longer the team lingered, the stronger the unease grew. One diver later admitted he thought he saw movement within the whiteness, a ripple like a jaw closing around the beam of his torch. The expedition logged the coordinates, but marked them with a warning. Official reports said possible cast feature, but among the crew the names stuck. The White Moor, a hole too clean, too silent, too deliberate to be trusted. And the question lingered. If it is a mouth, what is it waiting to swallow? During an expedition in the Norwegian Sea, a salvage crew discovered the skeletal remains of what appeared to be an old ironclad. The ship lay twisted and half buried, its plates warped from centuries of corrosion. Nothing unusual there. But when divers placed their hands against the rusted hull, they felt vibration, tiny tremors that pulsed like a heartbeat. At first, they thought it was current playing against hollow chambers. But then the sound reached their headsets, a faint whispering, rhythmic and low, threaded through the static. It wasn't language anyone could recognize, but it carried cadence, syllables, a flow too structured to be random. The whispers circled the wreck, always clearest. When divers touched the iron, they pulled away, unnerved, but curiosity pulled them back. One diver swore he heard his own name in the murmur, stretched and warped, but unmistakable.
Another
Insisted the whispers grew louder the deeper they swam inside. The air back on the support ship was thick with unease. How could metal speak? Theories circulated quickly. Maybe trapped bubbles resonated, creating illusionary voices. Perhaps the hull's shape amplified currents, acting as a giant underwater instrument. But explanations faltered. When the divers played back recordings, the whispers were there, audible, even when no one touched the ship. Worse at points, the tone rose into something like a chant. Some scientists suggested it was the phenomenon of acoustic mirages, sound bending over great distances. Maybe fishermen shouting miles away were carried into the wreck. But the divers disagreed. The words were too close, too direct. The wreck was marked on charts, but rarely revisited. Official records noted as structurally unstable. Unofficially, crews warn newcomers never to rest against its hull, because if you press your helmet too near, the iron whispers back, and you might not like what it says. In the mid-Atlantic, sonar operators once charted a shape that startled even seasoned technicians. Rising from the seafloor in an otherwise featureless plain stood a pyramid, not jagged like volcanic debris, not slumped like a buried ridge. Its sides rose at sharp angles, converging in a peak nearly 150 meters tall. The reflection on sonar was so precise that at first the crew suspected their equipment was faulty. When a submersible was sent down, the cameras confirmed the outline. The structure was black, its surface smoother than natural basalt flows. Water slid across its face as if it had been polished. The sub-circled lights tracing long planes that met at points too crisp for erosion. It looked less like an accident of geology and more like something placed with intent. The pilot reported shallow grooves running across its base, intersecting like avenues. Some appeared to form geometric patterns, rectangles laid across the stone.
No coral clung to its sides.
No fish lingered near it. The water felt empty, sterile. The silence weighed heavy. Theories followed quickly. Some claimed it was an illusion, a volcanic dome shaped by collapse, nothing more. Others suggested it was an ancient formation exposed when sea levels rose thousands of years ago, a natural symmetry mistaken for architecture. But those who reviewed the footage whispered of something else. A pyramid alone would be strange, but this one seemed designed to scale, its proportions mirroring the golden ratio, the same geometry found in human monuments on land. Coincidence maybe, but coincidence that precise is rare. The sub returned to the surface without exploring deeper. Funding ran out, and the coordinates were quietly shelved. Today it remains unmarked on official charts. But sailors who cross that part of the Atlantic call it the Black Pyramid, a monument the sea has kept to itself. And the unsettling thought lingers, if one pyramid lies beneath the ocean, how many more rest unseen in the dark? In the Caribbean, divers surveying a submerged cave system reported something they weren't prepared for. At first, the entrance looked typical, an archway leading into limestone chambers. But the deeper they swam, the more the walls seemed to curve with precision, narrowing into corridors that felt constructed rather than carved. The stone didn't look fractured by water pressure or shaped by erosion.
It looked laid.
At the center of the cavern, they found what resembled a sealed vault, a rectangular block of stone, smooth on every side, resting in the middle of an otherwise natural chamber. The oddest detail was its rhythm. The water around the block surged gently, then receded like the slow inhale and exhale of breath. It wasn't current. The divers could see the silt stirring, pulsing outward, then stilling over and over again. One diver tapped the block with his glove. The sound that came back wasn't a hollow knock. It was a low, resonant thud, as though the stone was vibrating from within. He backed away immediately, uneasy. The others followed, no one willing to stay in that chamber for long. Later analysis of their recordings revealed subtle fluctuations in pressure inside the chamber, so regular, so consistent that scientists compared it to lung capacity. Of course, no one suggested the vault was alive, that the rhythm was undeniable. The cavern breathed in cycles long enough to time, strong enough to register on instruments. Explanations leaned toward trapped gases, maybe geothermal release. Yet no vent was found, no fissure to account for the flow. The vault remained sealed, unmoved, its surface still smooth as glass. Divers who returned described the same pattern. The chamber inhales, exhales, then waits. The official files call it a geological anomaly.
Unofficially, crews call it the breathing vault.
And every diver who's entered the chamber agrees on one thing. It feels less like a cave and more like a chest rising and falling with a heartbeat buried too deep to name. That's 35 strange finds. Now, if you're still listening, tell me, do you feel unsettled or strangely calm? Some people lean into these stories as comfort, like waves against a hull. Others say it gnaws at them that the ocean feels heavier once they've heard too much.
Which side are you on?
And more importantly, will you keep listening for the next mystery? Off the coast of Greece, a diving expedition mapped the seafloor with Sidcan's sonar. Most of the terrain looked ordinary. Slopes, scattered boulders, ridges worn by current. But one pattern stood out. Parallel bars, evenly spaced, stretching upward along a rocky outcrop. The shape was too regular to ignore. It looked like a ladder. Curious, the team sent divers down. Sure enough, embedded into the stone face were rungs. Long rectangular notches carved so precisely they seemed measured, each one a step higher than the last. They stretched for nearly 20 minutes, climbing up the side of the ridge before fading into shadow. The divers counted, touched, even filmed the formations. The steps were smooth, their edges too clean to be mistakes of erosion. One diver placed his fins on the lowest rung and kicked upward as though climbing. His depth gauge ticked upward normally, but he swore the pressure shifted strangely, like the water grew heavier the higher he moved. After only a few steps, he pulled away, suddenly short of breath. The others didn't feel it, but the footage showed his bubbles rising slower than expected, pausing unnaturally before drifting upward. When they returned, days later, the ladder was gone. The ridge was still there, but the rungs had vanished, replaced by jagged, uneven stone. The divers thought they'd misremembered until they compared footage. The images were undeniable. Clean steps in one dive, fractured rock in the next. Theories came quickly. Perhaps shifting sediment had filled the grooves. Maybe light distortion fooled them. But the notches were too deep, too deliberate, too clear in the recordings to dismiss. Locals who heard the story weren't surprised. Old fishermen told tales of stairs in the water that appear and vanish, pathways leading upward to nothing. Some called them tricks of the gods, others portals best left alone. The site was never revisited. On charts, it's marked only as an ordinary ridge. But the divers who climbed a few steps still wonder what would have happened if they'd gone higher. If the ladder kept climbing not just through water, but through something else entirely. While mapping a canyon near the Azores, researchers stumbled across a pattern running through the rock face. At first, it looked like cracks, jagged fissures branching across stone. But when the ROV's light steadied, the crew saw the lines weren't random. They glowed faintly, like veins running through the cliff. Each vein pulsed with a dull silver sheen, reflecting light where no reflection should have been. The lines curved, intersected, then spread outward again, like blood vessels coursing beneath the skin of the seafloor. The effect was eerie. Stone that looked alive, as if currents pumped through it in time with some hidden pulse. Samples taken from fragments showed nothing unusual, ordinary basalt with faint traces of quartz. Yet the glow didn't appear in the lab. It only shimmered in the depths, only when submerged. Divers noted the veins felt warm to the touch, faintly vibrating as though energy passed through them. Geologists argued it was electricity in the stone generating charge. But the patterns were too complex, weaving together like circuitry, intersecting in perfect nodes. They didn't scatter randomly, they connected deliberately. Some veins climbed upward and disappeared into darkness. Others bent downward into the canyon floor. At one junction, the ROV captured an unmistakable loop, a circle etched in shining mineral, unbroken, glowing brighter than the rest. The loop pulsed once, then dimmed, the recording unsettled, even skeptics. Natural geology isn't supposed to mimic design, yet the veins look designed as though the Earth itself had been wired. The site remains unexplored, logged, but rarely visited. Among sailors, it's known as the place where the stone has veins. And if veins suggest life, what exactly is flowing beneath that stone? In the Gulf of Mexico, submersibles charting brine pools came across one that was unlike any other. Most pools look like shimmering patches on the seafloor, thick water that refuses to mix with the ocean around it. But this one was different. Its surface was so smooth, so reflective, it looked like a mirror laid flat in the dark. As the ROV approached, its own lights bounced back with startling clarity. Operators watching the feed thought for a moment the craft had surfaced. It looked like daylight glinting on glass, but the truth was stranger. The mirror effect was so perfect that the sub's cameras captured their own reflection, staring back as if another machine waited on the other side. When the probe touched the surface, the illusion broke. The ROV sank slightly into the brine. Its movement slowed like it was pressing into syrup, but the reflection didn't vanish.
Even as it dipped beneath, shapes moved in the mirror that weren't there above.
The crew recorded the scene in silence. One operator swore he saw a shadow glide across the reflected surface, even though nothing passed over the real sub. Another claimed the mirror shimmered faintly in rhythm like it was breathing. Science explains brine pools well enough. Hypersaline water forming dense lakes on the seafloor, deadly to most life. But the mirror effect was sharper than any other known sight, clearer than physics should allow. The reflection felt wrong, not because it existed, but because it seemed independent, delayed, as though responding a moment after reality. The footage is rarely shown outside closed circles. Too many viewers described unease, the uncanny sensation of watching something mimic rather than mirror. The site is logged, but divers avoid it. They say the mirror lake doesn't just reflect, it watches. Near the Mariana Trench, an expedition submersible drifted into a field of towering columns. At first, they seemed like volcanic chimneys, rising in jagged rows from the plain. But as the lights swept across them, the pilots realized something was wrong. The pillars were too smooth, their sides rose vertically, their tops flat like stone obelisks placed deliberately.
Dozens stood in formation, separated by nearly identical distances, stretching into the black like a forest of stone. The crew braced for the hiss of venting gases or the shimmer of heat.
But the water around the pillars was cold. No bubbles, no life clinging to their sides, just stillness. Instruments picked up faint electrical interference. Nothing strong, but enough to make the monitors pulse with static. The crew described the silence as oppressive. It wasn't the absence of sound. It was the sense that sound itself refused to exist there. the sub circled one of the tallest columns. Its surface was etched with shallow grooves, parallel lines running upward like inscriptions half worn away. The camera zoomed close. The grooves bent in patterns, curling like script, repeating across multiple pillars. The team tried to dismiss it as mineral streaking, but the shapes were too regular, the repetitions too deliberate. When sonar scanned the field, the return shocked everyone. The pillars echoed back, not as stone, but as hollow. Inside they rang faint, as though empty. Yet, when the sub tapped its manipulator against one, no sound carried. The impact died instantly, swallowed. The site was logged, but never published widely among the pilots. The names spread, the silent pillars, a place where stone stands in rows, carved and hollow, but no sound escapes. And the question remains, are they monuments, chimneys, or graves? On the floor of the Southern Ocean, a survey drone captured an image that left its operators stunned. A field of bones scattered across the sediment, stretched for nearly a mile. Whale ribs, dolphin skulls, vertebrae from creatures no one could identify. At first, it looked like chaos, the natural scatter of carcasses drifting downward. But the wider the camera panned, the clearer the shape became. The bones weren't random. They were arranged in a spiral from the center outward. The remains twisted in a pattern too clean for currents. Massive vertebrae marked the inner coil, smaller bones radiating like spokes. The spiral unfurled wider and wider until the edges dissolved into silt. The crew counted rings, 7 full loops, each perfectly proportioned, like someone had laid them by hand. Currents don't arrange skeletons in golden ratio spirals. Predators don't drag their kills into geometric shapes. The effect was deliberate and yet impossible. The pilots sat in silence, knowing they were looking at something that broke every rule of nature. When they returned to port, samples were analyzed. The bones came from different centuries. Some were recent, still porous and white. Others were ancient, calcified and brittle. How could centuries of carcasses settle in one exact pattern? No explanation satisfied. Some argued it was geology. The bones swept into place by unseen eddies. But the spiral was too neat, its center too sharp, its rings too even. Others whispered it was a feeding ground, a place where something larger arranged its leftovers. But what predator works with symmetry? Tvaz, who saw the footage, confessed to dreams of walking in circles that never ended. One described waking in the night, convinced he'd been counted. The spiral didn't just look designed, it felt purposeful, as if the ocean itself had been arranging its dead for reasons no one dares guess. And that brings us to 40 strange discoveries. An entire block of the sea's secrets already behind us. But remember, this is only half. From here, the stories deepen. They had lowered hydrophones into the trench for weeks, the same way other crews had done 100 times before. Most days, the recordings yielded only the low groan of water pressing against itself, the clicks of distant whales, the occasional grind of shifting stone, ordinary sounds expected. Then, on the 42nd night, something else bled through the line. It began as a low rumble, indistinct and formless, but quickly expanded into tones layered so precisely that the entire ship fell silent. It was not noise, it was music. The first note stretched for nearly a minute, a sound so deep it seemed to vibrate the crew's ribs from within. Then came a second, climbing higher until the two joined in harmony. The operators checked their instruments, thinking interference had crept in from some passing vessel. But there were no ships in the region. The sound was not mechanical, it carried resonance, as if hundreds of hollow chambers deep below were vibrating at once. The longer they listened, the more structured it became. Chords emerged, stacked in perfect intervals.
A minor third bent downward, followed by a fifth, so rich the speakers on deck trembled with the pressure.
The ship itself seemed to hum in sympathy. Crew members who stood too close to the hull swore they felt the notes passing through steel and flesh alike, not as sound but as sensation, their bones rattling faintly with each swell. Some compared it to church organs, vast pipes shaking a cathedral to its foundation. But this was no instrument. The tones came from water and stone, a composition played by the ocean itself. One of the researchers began sketching spectrograms by hand, and when the graphs were plotted, the lines fell into repeating geometric shapes, arches, loops, crescents. It was not random frequency drift. It looked written. The performance lasted just under an hour. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The silence that followed was unbearable. The crew realized how oppressive the trench felt without the sound, how small they seemed now that the ocean had stopped singing. For days afterward, men on deck reported phantom tones, hearing faint echoes that weren't really there. Theories tried to calm the nerves. Perhaps it was the movement of superheated water through volcanic fissures, acting like organ pipes. Maybe bubbles of gas were rising in steady intervals, creating harmonics across the trench walls. Yet the precision mocked those answers. Gases don't arrange themselves into scales. Stone doesn't keep rhythm like a metronome. When the recordings were played for experts on land, reactions were mixed. Some dismissed it outright as coincidence. Others admitted reluctantly that they had never seen natural forces aligned so musically. One acoustician said the intervals were too human, resembling composition structured centuries ago. He would not speculate further. The crew who first heard it never doubted. To them, it was not a fluke. It was deliberate, intentional, though they couldn't say how or why. A few described the uneasy sense that they had been the audience, that the tones had risen, not because of chance, but because something in the abyss wanted to be heard. The hydrophone array failed the following week. Cables retrieved showed no damage, but the sensors themselves were dead. Circuits fried as though exposed to currents far stronger than the ocean should allow. Replacement equipment lowered later captured nothing but silence. The abyss had played its music once and only once, and then closed its doors among sailors in the region. The story spread under a simple name, the abyssal organ. They say the trench holds chambers that breathe airless hymns, that sometimes the earth itself sings its own requiem, and when it does, those who hear it cannot forget, because silence afterward is never the same. They were surveying a ridge near the Solomon Islands when the ROV's camera caught a color no one expected to see in the deep. Against the monotone grays of silt and stone lay a patch of water, burning red. It wasn't coral, not a bloom of algae, not sediment stirred into clouds. It was liquid, dense, viscous, pooling in a depression on the seafloor, like blood in a wound. At first, the team thought it was a brine pool, one of those strange lakes within the ocean where hypersaline water settles heavier than the sea around it. But ordinary brine pools shimmer with silver, reflecting light like mercury. This one absorbed the light, glowing back with a deep crimson hue. The ROV hovered above it, its spotlights cutting into the surface. The water didn't ripple. It pulsed every few seconds. Faint waves pushed outward, concentric circles that spread across the pool before dissolving into the sea. The operator zoomed in, watching tiny creatures drift too close. Shrimp, brittle stars, small fish. They crossed the boundary and convulsed instantly. Some floated lifeless to the bottom.
Others twisted in spasms before disappearing beneath the surface.
It wasn't just toxic, it was hostile. Instruments dipped into the pool failed almost immediately. Thermometers cracked, cameras fogged, and probes returned coated in a film that flaked like rust, but smelled faintly metallic. Chemical analysis later showed iron concentrations far higher than anything expected. Some scientists called it natural. The result of mineral seepage from vents, but the crew wasn't convinced. The strangest detail came from sonar. The pool wasn't flat, it was layered beneath the crimson sheet. Another body of water moved differently, cooler and heavier still. The effect was like looking at a double heart, one layer beating slower than the other. The ROV descended carefully, edging lower. Its lights pierced only a few meters before being swallowed in red. Then, just as it reached the bottom layer, the feed cut out. On deck, the crew scrambled. For 10 long minutes, the ROV was unresponsive. Then the screen flickered back. What it showed made even hardened divers recoil. The red water had parted, revealing the sea floor below, and on that floor were outlines. Circular, irregular, like the stains left by bodies removed from a surface. Dozens of them. The shapes pulsed faintly before the red layer closed again, erasing the view. The ROV returned intact, but its casing was etched with pits as though it had been bathed in acid. The tether line, once white, was strewn with brown, and the crew who handled it said the smell lingered for days. They logged the event as a chemical anomaly, nothing more, but privately they called it the Crimson Pool, a place where the sea bled from within. Fishermen in nearby islands weren't surprised by the story. They had long spoken of waters that kill, patches of sea that drink whatever crosses them. One legend told of a canoe that vanished into a red tide, leaving only paddles floating on the surface. The coordinates matched almost exactly. Officially, the site remains a curiosity. Samples show unusual chemistry, but nothing conclusive. Yet for those who saw the recording, the explanation doesn't matter. The image of pulsing red of outlines visible beneath the surface refuses to fade. The ocean hides lakes within itself. This much we know. But when one of those lakes beats like a heart when it consumes life with such precision, it no longer feels like chemistry. It feels like intention, and that's what unsettles most. If the sea can bleed, then perhaps it is alive in ways we don't yet understand. They first noticed it when sonar returned a silhouette larger than anything alive should have been. The ship was dragging instruments across the Philippine Trench when the ping carved out a shape the size of a skyscraper, drifting slowly along the basin. At first, they thought it was a geological shadow, an echo bouncing strangely off ridges, but then the shadow moved, the ROV descended, its light stretched across what appeared to be a vast curve, transparent as though made of glass. The surface shimmered faintly, not reflecting like metal, not scattering like fish scales. It bent light in a way the cameras struggled to process. The beams warping as though entering water inside water. Operators on deck watched the feed in silence. The structure filled the frame, an arch of translucent matter that kept going, wider and longer than the ROV's searchlights could reveal. Then came the eyes, at least that's what the crew called them afterward. Twin orbs glowed faintly inside the mass, not shining outward, but catching and holding the ROV's beams like magnifying lenses. They stared without movement, unblinking, until the cameras adjusted and revealed that the eyes weren't fixed features. They drifted within the body, sliding along its curvature, spheres moving independently, like liquid trapped in glass. One pilot whispered over the radio, "It's hollow." The Leviathan's body seemed empty, a vast chamber of translucent walls enclosing a space the size of a stadium. Currents eddied within, shifting like breath. The ROV's sonar mapped internal layers, shapes that flexed faintly as though responding to pressure. And then, in one sickening moment, the Leviathan turned, not fast, not violent, just enough for the cameras to catch the endless sweep of its form, curling like a whale, rolling on its side. The ship above panicked. Tether lines jerked as operators tried to reel the ROV up, but the Leviathan moved alongside it, pacing the machine with the calm inevitability of a predator. The glowing orbs drifted closer, magnifying the ROV until its reflection filled them. For a moment, the crew felt watched, not simply noticed, studied, and then it vanished. The ROV swung wildly as currents shifted. The cameras caught one last shimmer of translucent wall, bending light into a rainbow blur. And then, nothing. Open water. The Leviathan was gone, as though it had folded itself out of existence. When the footage was reviewed later, frames glitched in ways no one could explain. Some showed double images, as though the Leviathan existed in two places at once. Others warped entirely, the creature's body appearing segmented, its edges sharp like broken glass. A few frames revealed patterns on its walls, hexagonal lattices, structures too exact for biology. Scientists argued endlessly. Was it an undiscovered siphon-off or colony stretched into proportions that mocked human scale? Was it an illusion caused by layers of water refracting light? Or was it impossibly a single organism, alive, vast, and hollow? None of those answers sat well with the crew. For weeks afterward, men reported dreams of floating inside glass chambers, their own reflections staring back at them from curved walls. One technician swore he woke to find his window shimmering with the same rainbow haze the ROV had captured. Today, the site is avoided. The ship that caught the Leviathan never returned to those waters. Officially, the anomaly is filed away as distorted sonar, a trick of overlapping signals. But among oceanographers, the whispers persist. They call it the glass Leviathan, a creature too large, too fragile-looking, and too deliberate to be dismissed. If it exists, it is alive in a way we do not understand, transparent, hollow, vast beyond comprehension. And if it watched us once, what would it mean when it decides to come closer? The beacon had been anchored to the seafloor for 3 years, part of a quiet network that mapped currents and relayed weather data to passing ships. Most days it pinged the same message: temperatures, salinity, the slow drift of tides. Then one morning, its signals stopped. The operators assumed equipment failure. Beacons die all the time, cables corrode, sensors burn out. But when the recovery vessel arrived, they found something no one expected. The beacon wasn't missing, it was broken. Divers reported pieces scattered across a radius of nearly half a mile, not torn, not eroded, but cleanly sheared. The main casing lay open like a split shell, edges sharp as though sliced by a blade. Its titanium anchors had been wrenched upward from sediment that should have held them fast. The battery pack was gone, not corroded, not exploded, gone. The strangest detail was the damage to the transmitter. It hadn't shattered outward, as though from internal failure. It had been pulled inward, crumpled into itself, crushed with a force the divers couldn't explain. Instruments retrieved from nearby showed unusual readings, short bursts of magnetic flux recorded in the hours before the beacon fell silent. Spikes too strong for background noise. Back on deck, the fragments hummed faintly. The divers swore they could feel it in their gloves as they hauled the pieces aboard. One technician pressed his ear against the metal and claimed he heard faint tones, almost like static, forming into patterns. His colleagues laughed until they tried it themselves. Most heard nothing, but a few swore the same, a sound not unlike distant Morse code tapping through steel. Theories spread quickly. Some said sabotage, though no vessel had been near the site in weeks. Others suggested seismic activity, though no earthquake was recorded. When experts examined the casing, they admitted the fractures were too uniform for stress, too deliberate. It looked less like failure and more like dismantling. And then there were the missing pieces. The beacon had been designed with redundancies, even if damaged. Its memory should have survived. But the storage unit was nowhere in the debris. If the beacon had been crushed by natural forces, why would its most vital component vanish? Weeks later, fishermen passing through the region reported strange lights beneath their hulls. At first, they thought it was bioluminescent plankton, but the glow came in pulses, long, short, long, again, a pattern. They joked that the ocean had learned to use Morse code. The story spread in taverns, mixing fact with exaggeration. The official report classified the event as catastrophic failure of unknown origin, but the recovery team disagreed. They had handled too many dead instruments to mistake this for chance. One diver, who refused to return to the site, described the feeling best. It wasn't destroyed, it was silenced. To this day, that patch of sea is avoided by researchers. No replacement beacon was ever deployed. Mariners who cross the coordinates sometimes shut off their radios, claiming interference makes the airwaves hiss with strange rhythm. And though skeptics dismiss it all as paranoia, the fragments still sit in a locked container, humming faintly. When touched, whispering in patterns no one has yet translated. The South Atlantic is home to strange flows, eddies that spin for months, invisible rivers sliding through the ocean like glass tubes of moving water. But one current has never fit into the pattern. It doesn't flow across the surface. It doesn't trace known wind or tide. It runs deep, far below where sunlight fades. And when instruments first detected it, the data made no sense, hydrophones reported.
Silence in its path.
No whale calls, no background hiss, not even the hum of pressure shifting. It was as if the current erased sound entirely. Sonar buoys dropped into it, vanished faster than expected, pulled down at speeds too fast to match natural flow. When recovered, their casings were strangely warped, as though compressed by invisible walls. The current itself looked ordinary. Cameras showed nothing but darkness and drifting plankton. But divers who attempted to cross it described something entirely different. They said it felt hollow. The moment they entered, the pressure shifted, no longer pressing evenly but thinning, like stepping into a tunnel surrounded by water, yet separate from it. Breathing felt wrong, slower, as if their own lungs had been caught in the current's rhythm.
One diver swore he saw the walls.
He said the edges weren't water at all, but something harder to define, rippling, translucent, a membrane bending with every pulse. He kicked toward it, and his hand passed through empty resistance, like pushing against stretched plastic. He pulled back immediately.
His gauges spiked, his regulator screamed alarms, and he was hauled out in near panic.
When he surfaced, he described the sensation simply.
I was inside something.
Back on the ship, the team replayed footage. Nothing showed but drifting darkness. The divers' lights slicing uselessly into black. Yet the gauges told another story. Pressure drops, oxygen fluctuations, electromagnetic surges. The numbers proved he had crossed into a pocket that shouldn't exist. Theories tried to explain it. Some said it was a bubble of fresh water trapped and sliding through salt water like an underwater balloon, but the chemistry readings ruled that out. Others suggested volcanic gases forming a moving cavity, yet no vents were nearby. The idea that stuck with the divers was simpler and more terrifying. The current wasn't just moving water. It was a structure, a hollow corridor. Weeks later, another vessel reported the same anomaly at the same coordinates. Their instruments detected a flow moving in two directions at once, as if the corridor had branched. The hollow current didn't behave like a river, it shifted like a maze. Among sailors, the legend spread fast. They whispered of an empty road beneath the sea, a passage that pulls ships and divers into silence, never to return. Some call it a vein in the body of the ocean, carrying more than water, carrying space itself. Official reports bury it in charts under the label subsurface anomaly. But divers who felt it still talk quietly of the pressure thinning, of silence swallowing every sound. They say the hollow current isn't just water flowing where it shouldn't, it's a door.
And one day someone will go far enough down that corridor not to come back.
The trawler crew first saw them on a moonless night in the Pacific, when the sea was darker than pitch and the sky showed no stars.
Off the bow, a line of lights appeared. Not bioluminescent plankton, not the glow of jellyfish or drifting squid.
These were tall, vertical shafts of black light.
Yes, black, that glimmered faintly, visible only because they swallowed the glow of the stars behind them.
Each lantern stood upright in the water 5 or 6 feet tall, like poles rising out of the sea with faint halos around them. They didn't sway with the waves. They didn't drift. They just stood, flickering at intervals, pulsing in patterns that no one could decode. The crew thought they were buoys at first, markers left by someone else. But when the searchlight swept across them, the beams bent, refracting as if the lanterns weren't solid objects at all. The strangest part was the way the ocean behaved. Waves broke differently near the lanterns as though the water thickened around them.
One fisherman swore he saw ripples moving outward from each pillar.
Perfect circles spreading far across the surface before vanishing into the dark. Another insisted that beneath the water, something larger was holding the lanterns upright, their glow just the visible tip of some deeper presence. When the trawler drew closer, the compass spun, not wildly, but with a slow, steady turn that didn't stop until the lanterns dimmed again. The air carried a metallic tang, as though rain was about to fall, though the skies stayed dry. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the lanterns blinked out, leaving nothing but flat black water. For weeks afterward, the crew debated what they had seen. Some believed they were natural columns of magnetic flux bending light into visible shafts. Others claimed they were living entities using luminescence in ways humans couldn't understand. But everyone agreed on one unsettling fact: they hadn't been random. The flickers had rhythm, a call and response pattern, a code. When word reached port, other sailors came forward. They too had seen the black lanterns, though they rarely spoke of it for fear of ridicule. One captain admitted he'd marked the lights in his logbook 3 times over 20 years, always in the same stretch of sea. He never stayed near them long enough to record more, fearing the way his instruments faltered. No official study has ever confirmed their existence. Mariners who believe in them say that's deliberate, that the lanterns appear only to small crews, never to research vessels, never when cameras are prepared.
And if that's true, it suggests the lights aren't just anomalies. They're selective.
The Black Lanterns have earned a quiet reputation among Night W watch sailors. They're not feared like storms or rogue waves. They're something stranger, respected, avoided, spoken of in hushed tones. The lanterns don't attack, don't follow. They simply appear, burn their black glow for minutes and vanish. But the memory lingers. Every man who has seen them swears that during the flickers, the rhythm wasn't random. It was a message written in pulses across the sea. What unsettles them most is the possibility that it was meant to be read. It began in the Arctic, where ice shelves grinded and groaned like ancient doors. A survey vessel had stationed itself near a newly carved glacier, dropping hydrophones to measure the cracking patterns. The microphones caught the usual creaks like thunder, the pop of bubbles trapped for centuries, the long moan of pressure releasing. Then, at midnight, another sound rose through the static. At first, it seemed like wind whistling across the hull, but the hydrophones confirmed it was coming from beneath the ice, low and distant. A note, then another, then a third. Within minutes, the water was filled with a chorus. Dozens of voices, layered and harmonic, swelling in unison like a choir singing through stone. The crew gathered around the speakers in silence. The sound wasn't whale song, it was too uniform, too sustained. Each tone held for precise intervals, then shifted upward exactly as singers would change keys. The harmony filled the ship until even those below deck felt it in their chests. Some described the sensation as cold, not physical cold, but an emotional weight, as though the music itself was made of frost. The recording lasted nearly 40 minutes. At times, the choir swelled so strongly that the instruments shook. One technician pulled off his headset, trembling, convinced the voices weren't in the water, but inside him. Others insisted they heard words, not in any language they recognized, but syllables repeated with enough clarity that meaning seemed just out of reach. But then, as suddenly as it began, the choir stopped. Silence crashed down heavy. The ice groaned again. The water hissed, but the voices were gone. Instruments returned to normal. No anomalies, just ordinary Arctic noise. The crew reviewed the recordings dozens of times. On the spectrogram, the tones formed arches, curves so clean they resembled sheet music. The spacing was precise, the intervals exact. One acoustician, who later studied the data, admitted reluctantly that it resembled Gregorian chant, slowed and deepened as though sung by giants. He stopped short of suggesting intent, but the comparison lingered. Scientists proposed explanations. Maybe the glacier itself had resonated like a massive tuning fork, channels within the ice amplifying low-frequency vibrations into harmonic tones.
But that didn't explain the structure.
Natural sounds rarely repeat with such order, and they certainly don't arrange themselves into chord progressions. The crew kept their thoughts quiet, but among themselves the phrase "the cold choir" spread quickly. Some described it as haunting, others as strangely comforting, but no one denied its impact. One man refused to return to polar waters afterward, saying the voices had followed him into dreams, repeating the same frozen syllables night after night. Today, the official file lists the phenomenon as glacial resonance. That phrase satisfies textbooks and reports. Yet the sailors who heard it disagree. They swear the tones carried presence, as if the ice itself were not just groaning under strain, but singing a requiem in frost echoing across centuries. And if the ocean can carry song like that once, maybe it wasn't the first time. Maybe we've just never listened closely enough. The ROV had been crawling along a ridge in the Indian Ocean, its cameras sweeping across sand dunes and broken basalt. When the operators saw something that froze them mid-sentence, rising out of the sediment was a line of vertebrae. Not fossilized stone, not fragmented shards, but bone or something that looked like bone gleaming faintly under the lights. At first, they thought it was a whale skeleton buried and exposed by shifting current, but the spine was wrong. The vertebrae were enormous, each one the size of a dining table, stacked with precise alignment that stretched farther than the cameras could see. The segments curved upward, arching like the back of a serpent, lying in wait. As the ROV followed the trail, more and more of the spine revealed itself until it disappeared again beneath a dune. The operators measured quickly. If the spine was continuous, the creature it belonged to would have been longer than 3 blue whales lined head to tail.
No known species matched.
Even prehistoric fossils were smaller, less uniform. And these bones, if they were bones, weren't chalky or ancient. They reflected light with a sheen closer to ivory, as if they hadn't been dead long. The team lowered instruments. Radiation levels were normal, temperature unremarkable. But when they tested with sonar, the ping came back distorted. The vertebrae didn't echo like porous bone. They rang sharp metallic as if hollow. The ROV pressed closer, touching one segment with its manipulator. The moment contact was made, a pulse of light rippled across the spine. A soft, bluish glow ran from one vertebrae to the next, chasing the curve into the distance until it vanished under the sand. The crew on deck erupted in chaos. Nothing in biology explains light traveling through bone. For minutes, the glow persisted, cycling in waves like breath, then dimmed again to darkness. The operators pulled the ROV back immediately, afraid of what might come next. When they reviewed the footage later, the glow appeared almost patterned, like signals flashing through a circuit. Some frames suggested the vertebrae weren't bone at all, but a lattice of something crystalline, a material more like translucent stone than organic tissue. Speculation spread quickly. Was it the skeleton of some undiscovered leviathan? A species that never surfaced, never decayed? Or was it not a skeleton at all, but a structure, an artifact built to look like a creature's remains waiting beneath the sea, like a beacon? The coordinates were logged, but the ROV that touched the spine never functioned properly again. Its lights flickered afterward, its instruments miscalibrated as though something in the contact had changed it. The operators described it simply.
It felt like the spine woke up when we touched it.
Sailors who hear the story call it the luminous spine. Some believe it belongs to a creature still alive, buried in sand, slumbering until disturbed. Others think it's a monument built by hands or something else that knew exactly how to mimic bone. Either way, no one wants to find out what lies beyond the dunes where the spine disappears. Because if bones can glow like circuitry, then maybe they aren't bones at all. Maybe they're part of something still waiting to rise. The divers had been searching for a wreck, a galleon rumored to have gone down centuries ago when they stumbled onto something entirely different. Their lights cut across what first appeared to be a wall of stone rising out of the silt in strange symmetry.
As they moved closer, the wall revealed rows not of coral,
Not of carvings of blocks, rectangular slabs stacked neatly, tear on tar. Like shelves, each slab was uniform in size, arranged with such precision that the divers knew immediately it wasn't natural. But what caught their breath was what lay on the shelves themselves. Smaller shapes, flat and rectangular, stacked like books. They weren't stone, at least not entirely. Their surfaces gleamed faintly, etched with patterns that resembled script. Not letters, not numbers, but grooves so deliberate they begged to be read. The divers hovered, cameras recording as one of them reached out. His gloved hand brushed across a slab, and a fine powder drifted upward. The book crumbled at the edge, flaking into dust, but the rest held firm, as if resisting decay. He swore the grooves on its surface shimmered under his light, forming patterns that shifted like reflections. Back on the ship, the footage was studied frame by frame. The shelves stretched farther than the divers had realized.
row after row fading into the dark.
It looked like a library, not for people, but for something vast, a collection laid out in silence at the bottom of the sea. Archaeologists dismissed the idea outright. Books cannot survive underwater for centuries. Records cannot be etched into stone with such delicacy.
They called it coincidence.
Rock, fractured into shapes the brain wanted to read. But the divers disagreed. They had seen alignment too clean, surfaces too flat, patterns too intricate to be chance. One detail haunted them most. Near the center shelf lay a single book, half pulled from its row, as though someone or something had once reached for it. Theories multiplied. Some claimed the slabs were a storage of knowledge built by a civilization long lost, swallowed when seas rose. Others thought it was geology imitating order, a trick of erosion. But the divers whispered another thought, one that none of them wanted to admit aloud. Maybe it wasn't abandoned. Maybe it was still in use. The grooves, when magnified, didn't look random at all. Some resembled waveforms, others grids. To an untrained eye, they looked decorative. To a scientist, they looked like records, etched data encoded in lines and curves no one yet understood. If that were true, then the ocean hadn't just hidden stone. It had hidden memory. The site has never been revisited. Coordinates were sealed, reports buried in archives, but the footage remains grainy and incomplete, showing divers drifting past shelves of stone too precise to be natural. They call it the drowned library, a place where knowledge may sleep in salt and darkness. And the question that lingers is simple: who built it? And who, if anyone, still comes back to read? The research vessel had anchored above a ridge in the Mediterranean, lowering instruments to measure seismic tremors. For days, the sensors recorded nothing unusual. Then late one night, the crew awoke to the sound of bells. Not faint, not distorted, clear, resonant peals echoing through the hull as if a cathedral towered directly beneath them. At first, the men thought it was a ship passing in the dark, a freighter sounding signals across the water. But when they checked the radar, no vessel appeared within 50 mimi. The sound wasn't traveling from the surface. It was rising from below. Hydrophones confirmed it. Dozens of tones chiming in unison, each one slightly different in pitch. Some rang deep like bronze struck by mallets. Others shimmered high like crystal glasses singing under a fingertip. The bells didn't clash. They harmonized, rising and falling in patterns too precise to be random. The crew lowered cameras. The ridge looked ordinary. Slopes of stone, scattered boulders, no wreck, no structure. Yet the bells grew louder the deeper the equipment went. The tether line vibrated as though the sound itself was shaking the cable. At one point, the vibrations synchronized with the ship's steel, setting the entire deck humming until men clutched their ears. Then came the strangest detail. The bells weren't just ringing, they were hollow. The tones echoed in ways that made them sound as if struck from inside out, like the ocean itself had become a resonant chamber. Spectrograms later revealed impossible waveforms overlapping so neatly they resembled written notation. The scientists dismissed it as interference, but the divers who listened knew better. One of them, watching the graphs, whispered, "It's a choir, not bells." The ringing lasted 40 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it began, silence fell. The sea returned to its ordinary hush.
No current, no vibration, nothing but stillness pressing in from every side.
In the days that followed, the men swore the sound lingered. Their ears rang faintly at night. Some described dreams of standing in endless halls, rows of bells suspended overhead, each one swinging without chains. Others reported waking with the sense that something enormous had passed overhead, leaving only its resonance behind. The official record says nothing. The event is logged as acoustic anomaly. Yet among sailors, the name has spread the hollow bells. A sound too clean, too deliberate, too haunting to ignore.
And that makes 50, halfway through our voyage into the ocean's strangest discoveries. You've been with me for hours now.
And I have to ask, how are you doing? Still listening in the dark, still letting these stories echo in your head. Some of you may have dozed, the rhythm of the sea lulling you down. Others may be sitting upright, unable to turn away, wondering how much stranger it can get. Whichever you are, dreamer or watcher, we're only halfway. The ocean hasn't finished with us yet. Far off the coast of Madagascar, a sonar sweep revealed a series of curves rising from the seabed. At first, they looked like ridges, the kind carved by tectonic strain or old lava flows, but the closer the ship examined, the less natural they appeared. The curves repeated. Each one bent upward in a perfect arch, high enough for a submersible to pass beneath. The team deployed an ROV. Its lights caught the first arch, a span of stone as smooth as if it had been poured into place. Barnacles clung to its sides, but the shape was undeniable. Two pillars curving upward, meeting in a peak. Beyond it, another arch stood in sequence, then another. The ROV followed the line for nearly half a mile, drifting beneath arch after arch, a corridor of stone leading nowhere. The operators on deck whispered comparisons. Cathedrals, aqueducts, gateways.
None of it made sense.
Not at this depth, not this far from any known shore. Yet the formations were too symmetrical, too deliberate to ignore. One diver swore the arches gave the impression of welcome, as though guiding something through. Another thought they looked more like barriers, standing guard. Halfway along, the ROV's sonar picked up resonance. Every time the current shifted, the arches hummed faintly, a deep vibration that traveled through the tether line. The sound grew stronger the further in they went, as though the corridor itself was tuning to the water's movement. Some of the crew grew uneasy, convinced the arches weren't just shapes, but instruments designed to respond when the sea passed through. When the ROV reached the final arch, the corridor ended abruptly in collapsed rubble. Yet even here the formation was too precise. The broken stones looked less like natural decay and more like something torn down. The operators argued quietly. Had the sea buried the rest, or had the arches once stretched farther into the dark, perhaps endlessly? Samples retrieved from the base of one pillar complicated things further. The stone wasn't basalt nor limestone. It was a composite, a mixture of minerals fused under pressures no known geology in the area could explain. Some scientists suggested volcanic glass. Others pointed out the fine grooves etched into the surface, parallel lines running upward like tool marks. Back on shore, archaeologists dismissed it all as wishful thinking. They said arches form in caves in cliffsides shaped by wind and wave, but the crew that saw them refused to accept that explanation.
These weren't random.
They were sequential, measured, aligned, too much like the work of hands, though no hand could have built them there. The site was logged but kept quiet. Few ships return, partly for safety, partly for superstition. Sailors call them the Black Arches, a corridor of stone waiting in the dark. Some believe they are remnants of a lost city, the first hints of an empire buried whole beneath the waves. Others whisper they are gates not into places but into states that to pass through them is to step somewhere the ocean doesn't usually allow. The truth is simpler and stranger. The arches exist, they stand in a line humming faintly with the sea, and no one knows why. The trench near Tonga had been mapped dozens of times, each survey charting its ridges and faults without incident. But on one expedition, the team found a shaft unlike anything in their records. A well perfectly circular, nearly 30 menis across, plunging into darkness, so deep that sonar struggled to trace its bottom. The ROV descended cautiously. Its lights cut down the shaft's walls, revealing surfaces unnervingly smooth. Not rough like fractured rock, smooth, almost polished, as if water had worn them down for millennia, or as though something had carved them deliberately. The edges curved with such precision that even skeptics on the ship fell silent. And then came the strangest discovery of all: silence. The deeper the ROV dropped, the quieter the feed became. First, the distant clicks of shrimp vanished. Then the faint hum of the tether line dulled. Finally, even the machine's own motors seemed muted, their buzz swallowed by the well's walls. By the time it reached 200 memes, there was no sound at all. Total absence. A silence so complete that the crew on deck described it as suffocating, even though they were hundreds of meters away. The well narrowed gradually, winding downward like the throat of a funnel. Every measurement suggested it should echo, amplifying sound like a cave. Instead, it absorbed everything. One operator snapped his fingers near the hydrophone receiver on deck.
Nothing, not even static.
At 400 mem, the ROV's lights caught movement. Not fish, not sediment, but shadows. Flickers along the walls that bent unnaturally, shapes without source. The cameras glitched, frames freezing for half seconds, as though the well was interfering directly with the feed. Then, without warning, the motors stalled. The ROV hung suspended in the shaft, lights flickering weakly. The crew pulled it up immediately, hearts pounding. When they reviewed the footage later, something stood out. Just before the blackout, the camera caught a glimpse of the base. Not a tapering point, not a slope into silt, a floor. Flat, even, circular, and at its center, what looked like a stone disc. The disc bore faint patterns, concentric rings carved with perfect spacing. The frames were blurry, but the design was unmistakable. Theories erupted. Some suggested the well was an extinct vent, a chimney left behind by ancient volcanism. But vents don't silence sound. Others proposed it was a collapsed cavern shaped by erosion. Yet no cavern forms walls so smooth, no collapse lays a floor so flat. The divers whispered another explanation. A well is meant to draw, to channel, and this one felt designed as if waiting to receive something. The ROV was damaged in ways the engineers couldn't explain. Its casing was unscathed, but its sound sensors were fried, as though they had been exposed to negative space rather than vibration. The tether line hummed faintly for days afterward, a resonance no one could trace. The silent well was logged on charts, but with little detail. Official notes describe it as a collapsed shaft, but among the crew, the truth lingers. It is a place where sound itself dies, where the ocean refuses to carry noise. And when sailors hear of it, they shiver. Because if the sea can swallow sound so completely, Maybe it isn't just a racing noise, maybe it's listening. The crew had been charting hydrothermal vents in the Pacific, expecting to find the usual chimneys, towers of mineral deposits, belching superheated water into the dark. But one column was unlike any they had seen before. It didn't smoke, it didn't bubble, it burned. From a distance, the ROV's camera showed a pillar of stone rising 15 meters from the seabed, black and jagged. But its surface glowed with a dull orange light, as though embers pulsed inside the rock. The glow was steady, not flickering like flames, and brighter near the seams that ran vertically up the column. It looked alive, veins of fire running under its skin. The ROV edged closer. Instruments registered no unusual heat. The water around the column was the same frigid cold as the rest of the trench, yet visually the glow suggested thousands of degrees. One operator muttered, "It's burning cold," and the name stuck immediately when the machine extended a manipulator to scrape the surface. Sparks scattered like molten metal, but without raising the water temperature by even a fraction of a degree. Samples collected later showed nothing extraordinary, just mineral compounds found in volcanic formations. Yet those compounds shouldn't have glowed, and certainly not in such uniform pulsing rhythm. The strangest effect came when the ROV's lights dimmed for recalibration. In the brief darkness, the crew swore the glow brightened as though feeding on the absence of light. The column seemed to pulse faster when shadowed, slowing only when the floodlights returned. Some of the crew refused to watch the footage again, describing it as these multiplied. Some suggested bioluminescent bacteria coating the stone, but no life survived sampling. Others thought it was a mineral reaction, something like phosphorus, though none of the known compounds matched the behavior. More unsettling was the pattern the glow followed. 3 pulses, pause, 3 pulses, a rhythm too precise to dismiss as accident. On its third dive, the ROV captured a wider view. The single column was not alone. 2 more pillars stood nearby, half buried in silt, glowing faintly under layers of sediment. If uncovered, they would have formed a triangle, each one pulsing in the same steady rhythm. The footage ended when the tether line began to vibrate violently, as though caught in a current. Yet, no current was measured. The dive was cut short. Back on land, geologists brushed it off as coincidence, unusual but natural. But the crew didn't buy it. They had seen the sparks, the pulsing veins, the triangle forming in darkness. One diver who reviewed the footage late at night put it bluntly, that wasn't geology. That was a signal. Today, the site is rarely visited. It appears on charts as an ordinary vent field, stripped of any detail. But among sailors, the story circulates. They call it the burning column, a flame that doesn't burn, a glow that pulses without heat. Some say it's a beacon left by something long gone. Others say it's alive, waiting for the next shadow to breathe in. And the scariest thought is this: if one column burns without fire, how many more are hidden, glowing silently where no light reaches? The submersible had been drifting along the mid-Atlantic ridge when its sonar painted an unusual shape, a hemisphere rising out of the plain, smooth and perfect, like half a sphere resting on the seafloor. At first, the crew assumed it was volcanic, a bubble of rock frozen as lava cooled. But as they drew closer, doubts grew. The surface wasn't jagged. It wasn't fractured. It was seamless, curved with precision no eruption could produce. The dome stood 30 meters tall, its base buried in sand. Light swept across it, and instead of scattering, the beams bent, shimmering faintly as though refracted by glass. Yet when the ROV touched the surface, the arm reported resistance like stone. It was neither rock nor crystal, but something in between. The manipulator scraped gently, and the sound that came through the tether was not the expected grating. It was a whisper. At first, the crew dismissed it as interference. Static often creeps into lines at depth, but the more they scraped, the clearer it became. A susurrus, faint, layered, like hundreds of voices speaking at once. Too soft to understand, but impossible to mistake for noise. The operator froze even after the manipulator pulled away. The sound lingered in the hydrophones, carrying across the water like breath against glass locks to ricket the scenic pole. They tested again, pressing a probe to the dome. The whispers surged louder now, though still unintelligible. The tones rose and fell like language with rhythm and pauses, almost as if the dome were repeating words. Some of the crew leaned close to the speakers, convinced they heard fragments in familiar syllables. One swore he heard his own name, drawn out low and stretched, vanishing before he could confirm it. Sa revealed something stranger. The dome wasn't solid. It rang hollow, echoes bouncing inside like a cavity. Yet no crack, no seam, no opening revealed itself. Whatever lay within was sealed completely. The whispers seemed to come from inside, pressing outward, but never escaping. Theories bloomed and collapsed. Some argued it was resonance, currents vibrating against the dome's curve, producing auditory illusions. Others insisted it was geothermal, sound generated by flows of water in unseen vents, but no vibration had ever formed words. No resonance had ever called a man's name. The crew debated lowering charges, breaking off a fragment for study. In the end, caution won. Too many instruments had already malfunctioned. Lights dimming, compasses spinning, tether lines vibrating as though plucked. They feared shattering the dome would unleash something better left contained. When the ROV rose, the whispers faded. The moment the probe broke distance from the dome, the sound collapsed into silence. On deck, men removed their headsets with relief. Yet some admitted privately they missed it. The strange comfort of voices, even unknown ones, filling the dark. Back on land, the footage sparked argument. Geologists claimed coincidence. Linguists slowed the audio and declared no words could be found. Yet others who listened in quiet rooms swore the opposite. They said the whispers carried cadence, not just sound, but communication, like a chant echoing from within a sealed chamber. The site was catalogued but rarely revisited. Official notes list it as dome-shaped basalt structure. Unusual acoustic properties. Unofficially, sailors call it the Whispering Dome. Some believe it is a tomb, a chamber built to hold something forever. Others believe it is a transmitter still speaking into water, waiting for ears to hear. And the question haunts every man who has heard the tape. If the dome is whispering out, who was meant to listen in? The first glimpse came from grainy sonar, a line of steps etched into the slope of a trench wall, regular enough that even skeptics on deck fell silent. Sonar often plays tricks, stretching shadows into illusions. But when the ROV descended, the truth was harder to dismiss. The cameras swept across stone blocks carved into a staircase. Each step was broad, nearly 3 meters wide, cut with clean edges that had survived centuries of pressure. The stairwell descended into darkness, each tread leading lower until the lights couldn't follow. At the top, buried in silt, fragments of what looked like a landing jutted outward, the base of something larger now lost. Diver in the support crew argued instantly. Some said it was geology. Terraces formed by shifting plates, but terraces fracture unevenly. These were uniform. They looked built. The ROV hovered, its lights catching faint grooves worn across the steps. Notches shallow but deliberate. As though countless feet had once walked there, the machine descended further. Step after step passed, the stairwell narrowing slightly as it sank into the trench. At one point, the cameras caught a sidewall, stone blocks stacked tightly, the gap sealed by mineral, but still squared enough to resemble masonry. The impression was undeniable. This was not a random slope, this was architecture. And then came the silence. Halfway down, the hydrophones dulled. The faint clicks of shrimp, the static of current gone. The only sound was the ROV's own motors, muted as though cushioned by invisible walls. Operators on deck leaned closer, whispering without realizing it. The hush infecting even the ship above. The descent continued until the ROV's depth alarms blared. Pressure was reaching the machine's limit. Reluctantly, the operators halted. The final frame, captured before ascent, showed the stairwell bending left as if into a corridor, hidden deeper still. The angle cut off the view, leaving only the suggestion of something waiting around the corner. Back on deck, the debate raged. Geologists insisted on natural fracture. Historians pointed to legends of sunken cities, but the crew agreed on one point. The notches across the steps weren't accidents. They had been worn smooth by movement, as though generations had once climbed down into the sea. The footage was filed away, the site marked, but not pursued. Some feared a deeper dive would collapse the fragile stairwell.
Others feared what might be found at its end.
Among sailors, the name spread quickly. The flooded stairwell, a place where steps descend not into halls or chambers, but into a silence so complete it feels like crossing a threshold. And the question lingers. If those steps were carved, then who first walked them?
And why do they still wait unbroken in the dark?
The vents around Iceland are usually predictable, plumes of white water gushing upward, mineral-rich and alive with shrimp and crabs that cling to the edges of heat. But one vent refused to behave. Instead of boiling water spewing outward, it swallowed. The ROV approached cautiously. On sonar, the plume looked inverted. A column of liquid not rising but falling, as though the ocean itself was pouring downward into a hollow beneath the seafloor. When the cameras came close, the sight was even stranger. The vent was wide, its rim jagged, but instead of shimmering heat haze, the water within was pure black. Not the darkness of depth, but an absence, a blackness so dense that even the ROV's lights vanished the instant they touched it. At first, the operators thought it was a void, but then the tether line twitched. Pressure sensors spiked. The ROV was being pulled down, not by suction like ordinary vents, but by something smoother, steadier, almost like a conveyor, drawing it inward. The pilot fought against it, thrusters screaming until the machine broke free. When it surfaced hours later, the casing was etched with pitted marks as if eaten by acid. Samples retrieved from the rim revealed no unusual minerals, nothing that should have caused corrosion. Yet every probe lowered into the wellspring returned damaged, scarred in ways no ordinary chemistry could explain. Some dissolved completely, tether lines snapping back clean. Theories multiplied. Some suggested supercooled brine collapsing inward. Others imagined volcanic fractures swallowing sea aether. But none accounted for the absence of light, the corrosive marks, the steady pull, and none explained the sound. For as the ROV drew close, hydrophones caught a low roar. Not like vent gas, not like seismic rumble, it was rhythmic, layered, a noise that surged and paused as if something below were breathing deeply. The crew played the recording over and over, convinced they could hear undertones almost like growls echoing from the black. Locals had their own stories. Fishermen from nearby coasts spoke of the black spring where nets dissolved and boats that drifted too near never returned. They said the ocean there was cursed, that it swallowed not just wood and rope, but memory. The site is officially listed as a collapsed vent system. But among the crew who saw it firsthand, the name stuck: the Black Wellspring, a hole that does not erupt, does not vent, does not end. It only pulls inward, silent and patient. And if the ocean can bleed and breathe, maybe here it also hungers. The seabed off the coast of Japan usually ripples with ridges of silt and sand. But one survey drone sent back images of something entirely foreign, a flat expanse stretching for nearly 2 kilometers, gleaming as if made from glass. At first, the crew thought the camera lens was fogged. The surface looked too perfect, too reflective. But as the drone adjusted its angle, the beams of its lights bounced cleanly across the plain. Every grain of silt had vanished. No coral clung to it. No cracks marred its face. It was as though the ocean floor had been melted smooth. The operators pushed forward. The plane stretched unbroken, a mirror under pressure. At its edges, the boundary was clear, jagged stone cutting off abruptly where the glass began. The contrast made no sense.
Nature doesn't stop so suddenly.
Something had burned or fused the seabed into a sheet. Samples proved impossible to take. Each time the ROV pressed its arm down, the drill slipped, skittering across the surface as if repelled. When the probe finally scraped a shard loose, it floated upward unnaturally light, catching the light with rainbow refraction before vanishing into the dark. The tether line recoiled sharply, as though the fragment had dissolved mid-water. More unsettling was the sound. Hydrophones placed near the plane captured faint tones, high crystalline notes that rose and fell like glass being tapped. Sometimes the tones pulsed in sequence, repeating 3 times before fading. The crew joked nervously that the plane was singing. Others said it was listening, vibrating in response to their own thrusters. When sonar mapped the area, the shock deepened. Beneath the plane lay a cavity hollow. The sheet was only a ceiling, covering an empty chamber larger than the ship itself.
No cracks revealed an entry.
No fissures explained how such a void could exist under crushing pressure. Some theorized it was volcanic glass, a lava flow cooled rapidly by seawater. But no flow covers Kilauea in seamless sheet, and no glass resists sampling so completely. Others suggested human activity, though no technology could fuse the seafloor at such a scale. The crew returned to port uneasy.
A few admitted later they dreamt of standing on the plane, hearing tones rise beneath their feet, as if something below was striking from inside. The site remains marked, but unstudied.
Official records call it an unusual basaltic field, and officially sailors call it the Glass Plains, a place too perfect to be natural, too silent to be ignored. And if the tones really are signals, then perhaps the plane isn't just a ceiling. Perhaps it's a lid. The seabed off the Canary Islands is known for volcanic scars, black ridges, fractured plains, scattered vents. But one feature defied every explanation. It wasn't a vent, and it wasn't a fissure. It was a vein. Sonar first caught it as a jagged line across the seabed, glowing faintly hotter than its surroundings. When the ROV descended, its cameras revealed a streak of light embedded in stone. At first glance, it looked like lava frozen mid-flow, but lava cools into rough, glassy rock. This was different. The vein ran smooth and narrow, no wider than a man's arm, but it burned with a light that seemed to move within it. The glow wasn't constant, it pulsed. A wave of crimson surged along the vein, racing across the stone, as if something liquid was flowing beneath the surface. The effect was mesmerizing. The longer they watched, the more the crew realized the pulses followed rhythm. 3 long surges, 2 short pause, then repeat. The ROV moved closer. Instruments registered no heat. The surrounding water was icy, yet the vein glowed hotter with every pulse, and the tether line began to vibrate faintly, like a plucked string. Hydrophones recorded a low hum, steady and droning, rising in pitch each time the crimson wave passed. Then the vein branched. The ROV's light swept wider, catching smaller streaks splitting from the main line. They ran outward in geometric patterns, triangles, rectangles, arcs too clean for chance. The effect was uncanny, like circuitry carved into the seafloor and wired with light instead of metal. The operators debated cutting a fragment loose, but every time the manipulator arm approached, the pulses sped up, racing faster until the cameras flickered, lights dimmed, gauges spiked, and the ROV drifted unresponsive until pulled back by force. Once it cleared the area, systems returned to normal. Samples retrieved from nearby rubble told nothing. Ordinary basalt, no trace of heat, no unusual minerals. The vein itself remained untouchable. Theories piled up. Some scientists argued piezoelectric reactions, quartz under pressure glowing faintly when stressed. But quartz veins don't hum. They don't pulse in rhythm, and they don't branch into geometric patterns that look designed. Others wondered if it was bioluminescent life, a colony of organisms buried under rock, but no organism glows in sequences. No creature builds circuits across kilometers among the crew. Another explanation whispered. They said the vein wasn't natural at all. It was alive, not bone, not blood, but fire flowing through the body of the earth itself, a vein in the ocean's flesh, carrying energy like lifeblood through stone. Fishermen in nearby waters weren't surprised by the story. Old legends spoke of the fire beneath the sea, a red glow that moved through rock like lightning. They claimed boats drifting too close. Sometimes heard low droning under their hulls like a song rumbling through the ocean floor. Today the coordinates are marked but rarely visited. Official charts list them as volcanic anomaly, but sailors call it the vein of fire, a wound that glows, hums and pulses like a living thing. And the fear lingers. If this is one vein, how many more thread unseen across the ocean floor, carrying something too large for us to understand? The trench wall near Fiji had always seemed unremarkable. Jagged ridges, sediment drifts, the ordinary desolation of deep water, but during one dive, the ROV's cameras swept across something that froze the operators in their seats. A passageway. At first, it looked like a narrow canyon, just a crack in the rock. But as the machine pushed forward, the walls revealed themselves to be too straight. The floor was level. The ceiling arched. It was not a fissure. It was a corridor. The walls stretched smooth for as far as the lights could reach. Dark stone meeting in clean right angles. No fractures, no debris, nothing to suggest collapse. The ROV advanced slowly, beams cutting through the black, revealing line after line of stone, as though it was sliding deeper into a hall built for giants. Then came the first arch. Unlike the rough walls, this was deliberate. Two pillars rising, a curve joining them, cut with precision. No natural force could explain. The ROV glided beneath it, tether swaying gently.
A second arch appeared minutes later.
Then a third, each one identical, spaced with uncanny regularity. The corridor wasn't random, it was structured. The deeper it went, the stranger things became. Sonar showed the corridor stretching ahead without end. A tunnel carved clean into the seabed, its dimensions unchanging. Hydrophones picked up faint echoes, not from the ROV itself, but from something further ahead. Tiny pulses that repeated with delay, as though footsteps were being mimicked just out of sight. One operator swore he saw movement at the edge of the lights, a shadow pulling back, tall and slim, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The others dismissed it as an artifact of the beam, but the sense of being watched grew heavy, pressing through the feed until even those on deck leaned forward,
unconsciously expecting something to step into the light.
At 500 meters in, the tether line began to shake. Not tugged, not snagged, shaking as though plucked by unseen fingers.
Gauges spiked.
The ROV's cameras flickered. The pilot froze, hands tight on the controls. For one long second, the feed filled with static. When the picture cleared, the machine was drifting backward, retreating without command. The motors had reversed on their own. The operators tried to stop it. Nothing responded. The ROV backed out of the corridor steadily as if guided. Only when it cleared the final arch did the motors return to normal. The feed steadied, the shaking ceased, and the tether lay slack again. The crew recovered the machine in silence. When the footage was reviewed later, they noticed something they hadn't seen in the moment. Just before the blackout, the corridor seemed to bend, not downward, not upward, but inward. The walls curved in impossible perspective, as though the tunnel wasn't stretching into distance, but folding into itself. Theories abounded. Some claimed it was geology mimicking design, a freak accident of erosion. Others insisted it was evidence of lost civilizations, ruins drowned and buried beyond reach. But the crew had no patience for theories. They had felt something in that passage, something guiding them out, something unwilling to let them go further. Today, the site is marked on charts, but only a structural anomaly. Sailors who know the story call it the Endless Corridor. They say it doesn't lead anywhere because it has no end. It only draws you deeper until the ocean decides to let you out, or not at all. It began with a simple mapping. Run across a stretch of the Indian Ocean, the ship's sonar painted the seafloor at 4,000-bound ridges, trenches, ordinary variations. But halfway through the sweep, the floor disappeared. At first, the operators assumed equipment failure. The sonar pinged back. Nothing, no return, no shadow, no depth at all. It was as though the bottom had dropped away. The ship circled back, ran the sweep again, and this time the floor returned, crisp and clear. Yet only minutes later, another pass revealed nothing but blank space. The ocean floor was vanishing and reappearing as though it had never been there. Convinced it was a glitch, the crew lowered an ROV. Its cameras descended steadily, the tether unwinding as the machine dropped through clear water. At $3,000 M, the lights caught the plane they expected. Sand, stone, everything normal. The feed remained steady until the ROV rolled its cameras to one side. The plane was gone. Instead of stone, the lights illuminated nothing but open void stretching outward. The ROV turned back. Stone again, forward, void. The transition was instant with no seam between the two. It was as though the floor existed and did not exist at the same time. Depending on where the lights pointed, the operators froze. Instruments insisted the machine was only meters above solid ground, yet the cameras showed emptiness. They tried dropping a weighted probe. The line fell slack as if hitting bottom, but the camera showed the weight hanging motionless in black water, never touching anything at all. When the ROV rose, the strangest anomaly appeared. Its depth gauge ticked upward normally, but the footage suggested otherwise. The machine hung motionless in open water while the numbers claimed it was climbing. Only after a violent tug on the tether did the floor reappear in the feed and the ascent matched the readings again. Theories tried to patch the unease. Some said it was a thermocline, a layer of water so dense it refracted sonar and light. Others suggested methane hydrates, strange gas pockets bending signals. But none explained the sudden shifts, the floor blinking in and out of existence. The crew whispered privately. They said the seabed wasn't vanishing at all. They said the ROV had slipped into somewhere else, a place that existed beside the trench, overlapping but not visible until light caught it wrong. A shadow ocean folded against our own. The official log stripped away the mystery, calling it sonar inconsistency due to thermal layering. But among sailors, the site gained a darker name, the vanishing floor. They say ships that drift too near sometimes report their depth gauges fluctuating wildly, numbers jumping thousands of meters in seconds. Most laugh it off as broken equipment. Others remember the footage, the plane appearing, vanishing, appearing again, and they wonder if the sea can swallow light and sound, maybe it can swallow the ground itself. And if there are places where the floor is not fixed, then perhaps the ocean doesn't have a bottom at all. The crew of a deep-sea survey vessel wasn't expecting anything unusual when they lowered hydrophones into the Atlantic. For hours, the recordings came back. Ordinary whale calls, the crack of shifting icebergs, the long groan of currents dragging across ridges. But then, in the middle of the night, the sound changed. It began with harmony. Dozens of tones swelled together as though a choir were rising from the depths. The voices were perfect, layered, measured, steady. Each note lasted exactly 12 seconds before fading, replaced by another that blended seamlessly. The effect was beautiful, haunting, almost human. The ship's operators leaned close to the speakers, convinced they were listening to a pod of whales singing in strange unison. But then the harmony broke. The tones fractured, splintering into jagged frequencies. What had been a choir turned into shards of sound, stabbing at irregular intervals like glass, shattering in slow motion. The hydrophone screeched with overlapping pitches, too loud, too chaotic, until one of the speakers on deck blew out entirely. The crew yanked off headsets, but the sound seemed to linger in the hull itself, vibrations crawling through steel until the ship hummed like a struck bell. Some men staggered, clutching their heads. Others swore they heard words hidden in the chaos, syllables stretched and distorted, almost recognizable before dissolving into static. Then came silence. For minutes, nothing stirred. The hydrophones recorded only the hiss of water. And then faintly, the harmony returned, but it was broken now, jagged at the edges, like a choir trying to sing through ruined voices. The tones swelled weakly before collapsing into dissonance again, cracking like a record skipping on repeat. The operators cut the feed, terrified the sound would damage their instruments or themselves. When they replayed the recordings later, the patterns grew stranger. On spectrograms, the fractured tones formed sharp, angular shapes, zigzags, triangles, spikes arranged too cleanly to be random. One analyst suggested it looked like writing. Another compared it to waveforms of collapsing structures like glass towers falling in sequence. Scientists who studied the tapes dismissed them as interference. They said the choir was nothing more than overlapping whale calls distorted by pressure. The shattering effect caused by seismic echoes, but the crew disagreed. They had heard beauty turn to ruin, harmony collapse into something violent. No whale call had ever broken speakers or left men trembling. For weeks afterward, the crew reported phantom echoes. At night, when the sea was calm, some swore they heard faint fragments of the choir bleeding through the hull. A few even woke from dreams with blood trickling from their ears. The official report calls it an acoustic anomaly. Unofficially, sailors call it the shattered choir. They whisper that it was once a song, something vast and deliberate. But whatever sang, it has been broken, and now the ocean carries not melody, but ruin. The ROV had been exploring a plateau in the South Pacific when its cameras swept across something that glittered against the dark. At first, the operators thought it was debris, perhaps fragments of metal from a wreck reflecting the floodlights. But as the ROV steadied, the shape resolved to star. It lay flat on the seabed, carved or pressed into stone. 5 perfect points radiated outward, each armor aligned so evenly that the angles measured identical. The surface shimmered faintly, not with metallic gleam, but with an inner glow as though the rock itself held light. The ROV circled carefully, tracing the edges. The star spanned nearly 20 meters across, too precise for chance, too large for any ornament. The manipulator arm reached forward to scrape a sample. The moment the probe touched the star's surface, the glow pulsed. Not bright, not overwhelming, but steady, like the slow beat of a heart. Hydrophones captured a faint hum, low and continuous, that had not been there seconds earlier. The operators froze. Then, as the arm pulled back, the light dimmed again. They tried once more. Another touch, another pulse. The glow flared across the stone, spreading down each arm of the star until the whole shape shimmered like glass catching sunlight. And then the hum shifted, not steady this time, but rising and falling in intervals, almost like music played too deep to hear properly. The crew on deck whispered, was it responding? Sonar revealed something stranger. The star was not just a carving, it was hollow. Beneath its surface lay a cavity symmetrical shaped like the star itself, buried under layers of rock. It was not merely decoration on the seafloor. It was a lid. Theories flooded in. Some argued it was a volcanic formation.
Minerals crystallized into radial geometry.
But volcanic patterns don't pulse with light, don't hum with sound. Others insisted it was artificial, a relic from a drowned culture. But no known civilization had ever carved monuments so deep, nor built them to glow on touch. The crew retrieved fragments from the edges, though none glowed once removed from the hole. In daylight, the samples looked ordinary. Quartz mixed with basalt, yet, under microscope, Thin channels ran through the crystal, like veins, empty veins, as though once filled with something now gone. The recordings unsettled experts who heard them later. The hum shifted in ways too structured to be dismissed as random. Some acoustic specialists mapped the tones and found them aligning into pentagonal patterns, the same geometry as the star itself.
It's not sound, one admitted quietly.
It's instruction. Among sailors, the sight became known as the Hollow Star. Some say it was once a beacon built to shine beneath the waves, forgotten when the seas rose. Others say it is still alive, waiting for something to return and switch it on fully. A few whisper it is a seal, holding shut whatever lies in the cavity beneath. What unsettled the crew most was the sense of scale. If one star lies buried at the bottom of the Pacific, glowing faintly when disturbed, how many more might lie hidden, unseen across the world's seabeds? And if they are lids, not symbols, what are they keeping contained? The trench near the Philippines is one of the deepest on Earth, a place where pressure crushes steel and light fades within meters. Most ROV dives reveal nothing but rock walls and sediment drifts. But one dive caught something that looked designed. Stretching across a narrow gorge was a bridge. The cameras picked it up first as a shadow cutting across the void. When the ROV moved closer, the floodlights revealed a span of stone stretching from one side of the trench to the other. It wasn't jagged or fractured like collapsed rock. It was straight, flat, and uniform, resting on two supports anchored into the opposing cliffs. The span was too even, too level. The bridge measured nearly 40 meters long, wide enough to carry a line of men walking side by side. Its surface was dusted with silt, but beneath the coating lay smooth stone, darker than the cliffs around it. Barnacles clung to the edges, but the span itself was strangely clean. No corral, no colonies of shrimp or fish. It was as though life avoided it. When the ROV touched down gently, hydrophones went dead. Not crackling, not muffled, dead. The moment the machine rested on the bridge, all sound vanished from the feed. No current, no thrusters, no ambient hum.
On deck, the crew froze.
They could see the ROV moving, lights flickering, but they could hear nothing.
After 20 seconds, the pilot lifted it off the bridge. Instantly, the sound returned. The current rushed.
The thrusters buzzed. The tether line groaned. They tested again. Touch the bridge, silence, lift away, noise. The effect was perfect every time. The sonar readings were no less unsettling. Instead of echoing normally, the bridge returned nothing at all. It absorbed every ping as though the span was not stone, but void. Yet visually, it remained solid, carrying the full weight of the ROV without strain. Theories came quickly. Some argued it was a collapsed lava tube bridging the gap. But lava tubes crack and crumble under pressure. This was flawless. Others claimed it was an illusion, a trick of currents and light, but the silence when touched, repeated, measurable, defied coincidence. The crew considered crossing fully, sending the ROV to the other side of the gorge, but the tether line had already begun to vibrate faintly. As though plucked, gauges flickered. Reluctantly, the pilot pulled the machine back. When they reviewed the footage later, a detail emerged that none of them had noticed in the moment. The bridge wasn't flat. It bowed slightly in the middle, as though designed to carry weight, and on its surface beneath the silt, faint grooves curved across the stone. Not random scratches, lines parallel ordered,
stretching from one end of the span to the other,
like tracks worn by endless passage. Some believe the silent bridge is nothing more than geology twisted into coincidence.
Others whisper it is a relic of something forgotten.
A road that once connected what no longer exists. Sailors who hear the story call it the bridge that erases sound. A path waiting in darkness, still whole, though the world around it has long since collapsed. And the thought that lingers is simple, chilling. If it was built, then who crossed it? And what did they build it to reach? Near the coast of Greenland, where glaciers collapse into the sea, A survey submersible passed over a cluster of boulders resting on the seabed. At first they looked ordinary, rounded, grey, half buried in sediment. But as the ROV's cameras lingered, something unexpected shimmered along their surfaces. Droplets. They weren't bubbles, and they weren't silt rising from cracks. They were beads of liquid seeping directly out of the stone. The droplets clung to the surface before sliding downward in slow rivulets, pooling at the base like tears. The effect was unsettling, as though the rocks themselves were weeping silently into the water. The operators zoomed closer. The liquid wasn't brine. It refracted light strangely, bending beams into rainbow halos that rippled outward before fading. When the manipulator arm reached out, the droplets recoiled, pulling back into the stone as if alive. Only after the arm retreated did the weeping begin again, slow and steady. Samples proved impossible to collect. Each time the arm touched a droplet, it vanished, leaving no trace. The surfaces where they had clung were warm to the touch, even though the surrounding water was near freezing. Instruments recorded faint electromagnetic surges pulsing in rhythm with the droplets' flow. One operator muttered that the rocks weren't leaking, they were exhaling. Theories circulated quickly. Some said the stones were porous, releasing trapped gases in liquid form, but gases don't retreat when touched. Others argued it was chemical seepage, minerals bleeding from fractures. But the symmetry of the droplets defied chance. Each stone wept in the same pattern, droplets forming at precise intervals like clockwork. The strangest detail came when hydrophones picked up faint sounds. Each droplet, as it detached, gave a tiny tone too high for human ears, but visible on spectrograms. Together, the stones produced a chorus of notes, soft and continuous, as if their tears were music. The pattern repeated every 43 seconds without fail. The ROV lingered for nearly an hour. The stones never stopped, always the same droplets forming, sliding, vanishing into the sand below. The crew grew restless, whispering comparisons to graves, to statues left behind to mourn something lost. One diver watching the footage later admitted he felt as though the stones weren't crying randomly. They were marking time. On the surface, geologists dismissed the phenomenon as seepage, but the crew who saw it firsthand refused to accept that explanation. Too many details pushed against it. The warmth, the light bending, the tones, the recoil when touched. Among sailors, the site gained a quiet reputation. They call them the Weeping Stones, a place where rocks bleed tears, where sound becomes silence, where time itself feels measured in drops and the thought lingers. If stone can weep, then maybe the ocean remembers.
And maybe what it remembers is something we were never meant to know.
It was supposed to be a routine dive near the Cayman Trough, nothing more than a check on seismic sensors that had gone silent weeks earlier. The ROV descended slowly, cameras sweeping across cliffs and canyons. When it turned a corner and revealed a hollow space, the opening looked like a wound in the rock, a wide archway leading into blackness. The tether line went slack as the machine drifted forward. Inside, the cameras caught smooth walls, curved and seamless, forming a chamber nearly spherical in shape. The scale was hard to judge at first, but as the lights fanned outward, the operators realized it was vast, larger than a cathedral, hidden beneath the sea. At first, nothing stirred. No fish darted past. No sediment clouded the water. The chamber was still. Then the hydrophones caught something faint, a sound. It began as a single knock, echoing through the hollow. Then another and another, building into a rhythm that bounced endlessly across the walls. The knocks weren't random. They carried spacing, repetition, cadence. The crew fell silent, listening as the chamber seemed to play back its own pulse. Every noise the ROV made, thrusters, arms moving, cameras adjusting, was mimicked seconds later, magnified and reshaped, as if the walls themselves were answering. The effect grew stranger when the operators spoke on deck, their voices muffled by the hydrophone, returned minutes later, distorted and stretched. rippling back from the chamber like memory played on delay. One technician swore he heard his own words layered over themselves 3 times, as though the stone was unwilling to let them go. The ROV pushed deeper, and the echoes thickened. Soon, it was impossible to distinguish original sound from reply. Every movement, every whisper returned multiplied. Some patterns seemed altered, tones rising or falling, as though the chamber wasn't just reflecting sound, it was transforming it. Then the machine touched the floor.
A single thud rang out, sharp and clean.
But instead of fading, the sound built. It rebounded off the walls, layering over itself until the chamber roared like thunder trapped in a jar. The tether line vibrated so hard the ship above groaned. Lights flickered, instruments spiked, and in panic, the crew yanked the ROV back. Only when it cleared the archway did the noise collapse. Silence returned, thick and sudden, leaving the men on deck pale and shaken. Later, when they studied the recordings, they noticed something worse. Some of the echoes didn't match the sounds they had made. A handful of tones appeared with no origin, voices faint and low weaving through the reply. Words no one on deck had spoken, some in English, some in syllables no one recognized. Theories tried to explain it away. Geologists said the chamber was a perfect resonator, amplifying sound until it seemed alive. But resonators don't invent new words. Others suggested interference from the ship's radio. Yet the phrases appeared even when no one spoke. Among sailors, the place is now known as the Chamber of Echoes. They say it doesn't just reflect sound, it holds it, reshapes it, and gives it back in pieces long after the living have gone. Some believe it is a memory of the ocean itself, a room where the sea records everything that enters. And the question no one wants to ask is this: if the chamber can echo words we never spoke, whose voices are still inside? Near the Azores, a research vessel tracking migratory tuna noticed something odd on sonar. A wall, not a ridge or a slope, but a vertical line stretching for nearly 2 kilometers across the seafloor. The operators dismissed it at first, assuming a calibration fault. But when they lowered an ROV to investigate, the feed revealed something they could not explain. The light struck a surface that swallowed them whole. Not rock, not sediment, just darkness. It was as if the ROV had found the edge of night itself. The beams cut forward, then stopped dead, consumed by a vertical sheet hanging in the water. The tether pulled taut as the pilot edged closer. Instruments reported no obstruction. The machine should have been floating in open water. Yet visually, the curtain stood solid and unmoving. The manipulator arm extended. When the probe touched the surface, the feed blanked out. No video, no sound, only static. On deck, panic spread as the operators scrambled to reel the machine back. For 30 seconds, the tether groaned under strain, vibrating as though dragged. Then, without warning, the cameras flickered back on. The ROV floated free, intact. Behind it, the curtain remained, rippling faintly like fabric stirred by a breeze. They tested again at a safer distance. Sonar pings fired into the wall vanished completely. No return echo at all. The curtain didn't block sound. It consumed it. Hydrophones confirmed silence on the far side, as though the ocean itself stopped there. The crew grew uneasy. If sound could not pass through, what about light? What about anything at all? One operator whispered that it looked like a veil.
Another muttered it was a door.
Then the curtain shifted. Slowly it moved sideways, dragging shadows across the seabed like the sweep of a tide. For a moment, the ROV's lights caught glimpses of what lay beyond. A glimpse of space where currents moved differently, bending in spirals pulling towards some unseen center. Before they could adjust focus, the curtain slid back into place, erasing everything behind it. The ROV's instruments spiked in those seconds. Pressure fluctuated violently. Electromagnetic readings swung off scale, and the tether line vibrated so hard the crew feared it would snap. When reviewed later, the data showed impossible numbers, densities rising and falling faster than water should allow, like the boundary between two oceans colliding. Explanations ranged from methane seeps to thermal fronts, but no natural front forms a vertical wall.
No seep consumes sonar and light in perfect silence.
The sailors who carried the story back to port named it the Black Curtain. They say it isn't a barrier at all, but a scream, something stretched across the ocean to hide what lies behind. Some think it is a rift, a seam where two worlds press together. Others believe it is alive, a living membrane shifting slowly through the dark. Whatever it is, one truth unsettled the crew most. When the curtain moved aside, the currents beyond seemed to reach toward the ROV, not violently, but with intent, as if something behind it had noticed them and was deciding whether to let them through. The canyon off the coast of Chile had been surveyed countless times, its ridges and slopes mapped in sterile lines on charts. But when a submersible drifted along its edge during a routine geological dive, the crew picked up a sound that would change everything. At first, it was faint, a low hum vibrating through the hull. The operators thought it was machinery, maybe feedback from the thrusters, but when they cut power, the hum continued. It wasn't coming from the sub, it was rising from below. They lowered hydrophones. The recordings captured tones deep and resonant, swelling like organ pipes in a cathedral. The longer they listened, the more structured the sound became. It wasn't a single tone anymore, but dozens stacked in harmony, a vault of sound hidden beneath the canyon floor. The ROV was sent down, its lights cutting into the abyss. The walls looked ordinary, basalt ridges, jagged cliffs. But then the cameras caught an opening. A vast chamber yawned in the rock, its entrance arched like the mouth of a cavern. From within, the music grew louder, layered and deliberate. The sub drifted closer, tether line trembling, as the sound pressed against it like a physical weight. Inside the chamber glowed faintly, not with light, but with motion, ripples along the walls, shimmering in time with the tones. It was as though the rock itself was vibrating, singing. The Rovol's cameras flickered with each swell, static racing across the feed, in sync with the rhythm. The deeper it went, the clearer the harmonies became. Some tones rose like choirs.
Others throbbed low and deep, shaking the sub until screws rattled in their housings.
One operator swore he heard syllables in the resonance, half-formed words bending in and out of recognition. Another swore he heard his own heartbeat, sinking to the rhythm, racing when the tones rose, slowing when they fell. At the chamber's center lay something stranger still, a massive disc embedded in the floor, perfectly circular, etched with grooves that spiraled outward. The grooves glowed faintly as the tones swelled, shimmering in the Oruro's lights. Every time the pitch shifted, the grooves pulsed, as if the disc were conducting the song. The crew debated whether it was natural. Some argued it was geology, the chamber amplifying currents into resonance. But no natural process etches grooves into perfect spirals.
Others whispered it was an instrument.
Something built, left behind, still performing its music in endless cycles. When the Arov touched the disc with its arm, the vault erupted. The tones surged into deafening crescendos, so loud the hydrophones clipped into static. The tether lines snapped taut, vibrating violently as though plucked by unseen hands. Instruments shut down one by one until the feed went dark. For 7 minutes, the submersible hung lifeless in the vault. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the tones collapsed into silence. Lights flickered back, motors were alive, and the Arov floated free. The crew recovered it in silence, shaken and pale. Back on shore, analysis of the recordings revealed impossible detail. The tones followed mathematical ratios identical to harmonic scales. The spiraled grooves on the disc matched those same ratios etched in geometry, too exact for chance. Some physicists suggested it was a natural oscillator, stone-shaped perfectly by coincidence. Others admitted privately that the vault looked designed. Among sailors, the story spread quickly. They call it the Singing Vault, a chamber that hums beneath the sea, its music rising from stone, endless and unbroken. Some say it's the ocean itself singing through its bones. Others believe it's a machine still alive, still performing its purpose, though no one remembers what that purpose was. And the question that lingers is not whether the vault sings, but whether it waits for someone to answer. The ROV was tracing the slope of a ridge in the Iron Sea when its cameras swept across something so large that at first the operators mistook it for a cliff. The light stretched upward, catching what looked like a wall of stone rising from the seabed. But as the beam panned wider, the outline resolved into something stranger, a face. It wasn't a perfect likeness, not sharp or detailed like a statue on land, but unmistakable nonetheless, a brow ridged in shadow, a nose broken but present, a mouth half collapsed, lips parted as though caught mid-breath. The scale was monstrous. The head alone measured nearly 15 meters tall, resting half buried in silt. The ROV circled. More features emerged. A shoulder, an arm curled against the seabed, fingers long as trees reaching into sediment. The form wasn't complete, much of it broken or lost, but what remained was enough. It looked like a colossus drowned and left to decay in silence. The stone wasn't natural. Samples scraped from the surface revealed a mixture of minerals fused in ways no geology explained. Fragments of marble, basalt, and unknown composites melded as though poured into mold. The grooves across the surface, deep and deliberate, gave the impression of carving worn smooth by centuries. Some of the crew argued it was coincidence. Humans see faces in clouds, in rock, in anything, but the proportions were too exact. The mouth's curve, the fingers' angles, the bowed shape of the head, all spoke of intent and more unsettling still. Hydrophones recorded faint vibrations from within the chest cavity, as though something inside the mass still pulsed slowly, like the echo of a heart. Legends of the region resurfaced. Fishermen had long whispered about a giant sleeping in the deep, a form glimpsed by divers who never returned. They spoke of nets tearing as though caught on shoulders, of anchors snagged and lost to the dark. Theories piled up. Some said it was an ancient statue, a monument toppled when the seas rose, dragged down by earthquakes. Others claimed it was a natural rock formation shaped into semblance of man by chance. But neither answer satisfied those who saw the footage. The proportions were too human and the vibrations were too real. When the ROV pressed deeper into the chest cavity, the cameras caught movement.
Dust shifted as if stirred by breath. The tether line jerked violently, and for a moment the image glitched into static.
When the feed cleared, the ROV was drifting backward, pulled by no visible force. The crew fought the controls until the machine stabilized. They withdrew immediately, shaken. Onshore, analysts debated endlessly. Some dismissed it as psychological, the human mind imposing order on chaos, but the raw data showed vibrations, rhythmic and undeniable. If the colossus was stone, then why did it hum like something alive? Among sailors, the name spread quickly, the drowned colossus. They say it isn't a statue at all, but a body, something vast, turned to stone where it fell, left sleeping beneath the waves. Some believe it's dead, its heart silenced long ago. Others whisper it only waits, and that one day the hum will rise into a roar. And if that's true, then the seas do not just hide ruins, they hide gods. The ridge near the Caribbean had always looked ordinary on charts. A rise of stone, shallow enough to be surveyed, but too deep for casual divers. When an ROV drifted across it, the operators expected nothing but jagged slopes. Instead, the lights revealed a column. It rose from the seabed in a perfect spiral, a tower twisting upward like a corkscrew frozen in stone. Each coil wrapped around itself with measured precision, wide at the base, narrowing slightly as it climbed nearly 50 meters into the dark. The ROV circled slowly, cameras capturing grooves that ran along the spiral, cut so cleanly they could have been carved yesterday. The surface wasn't smooth. It shimmered faintly as though coated in something crystalline. When the machine's light swept across, the grooves reflected back in rainbow arcs, bending like glass struck with light. But the strangest part wasn't how it looked. It was what it did to sound. Hydrophones reported faint tones rising from the tower. Not random noise, not current or shifting rock, tones climbing in pitch. As the ROV ascended the spiral at the base, the sound was low and steady, a droning hum. Midway, the pitch sharpened into something almost musical, a scale climbing note by note. Near the top, the tones rose so high they pressed into silence beyond hearing. The crew debated whether to continue, but the ROV's tether line was already vibrating in rhythm with the tones, pulsing as though plucked by unseen hands. The machine's instruments flickered with static depth gauges swinging wildly. Still, the operators pushed upward, determined to see the summit. The top revealed a platform, a flat circle, perfectly level with a depression at its center. The ROV hovered above it, cameras straining. For a moment, the tones cut off entirely. Silence pressed in, thick and heavy. Then the depression began to glow. It wasn't bright, just a faint spiral of light unfurling outward, echoing the grooves of the tower. The glow pulsed in the same rhythm as the tones had, slow and deliberate, spreading outward until the entire platform shimmered.
Then it stopped.
The glow vanished. The tower was dark once more. The ROV's systems glitched immediately after.
Cameras froze.
Thrusters stuttered. Gauges rolled blank. On deck, panic spread as the machine seemed to hang, lifeless, above the platform. After several minutes, the feed returned without explanation. The ROV drifted free, but none of its instruments retained data from those minutes. It was as though time itself had been erased from the record. Back on shore, theories flooded. Some suggested the tower was volcanic, a chimney twisted by ancient eruptions. Others thought it was coral, a reef grown into unnatural geometry, but no reef hums in scales.
No chimney glows in spirals.
Among sailors, the name spread quickly. The spiral tower. They whisper, it is not a natural formation, but a beacon, a structure built to measure or signal, waiting in silence until disturbed. Some believe it marks something buried beneath. Others believe it is itself alive, a sentinel that hums when noticed. What unsettled the crew most wasn't the glow or the tones. It was the silence that followed, the abrupt stop, the sense that whatever the tower had done was complete, as though it had registered their presence and filed it away. In the barren sea, an ROV was sent beneath a drifting ice field to study how the shell fractured under pressure. The cameras cut through darkness, beams reflecting off jagged underbellies of ice. When the hydrophones picked up a sound that stopped the operators cold, it was music. It was music.
Notes rising and falling randomly.
Not the groans of shifting glaciers, but voices to dozens, maybe hundreds, singing in unison. The tones were crystalline, high and piercing, echoing like bells ringing underwater. Each note lingered before another joined it, layered so carefully that the entire sea seemed to vibrate with harmony. The operators assumed it was ice grinding in resonance, but the longer they listened, the less it sounded like chants. The choir followed patterns, pauses, crescendos. At one point, the voices fell silent in perfect unison, only to surge back together seconds later, louder and
sharper, as though they had drawn breath.
The ROV's lights swept across the ice wall, revealing faint grooves etched in the frozen surface. They weren't cracks, they were too clean, too parallel, like channels carved into glass. As the choir swelled, the grooves glowed faintly blue, pulsing in rhythm with the voices. The sight left the control room silent, every man leaning forward as though unwilling to breathe. Closer still, the ROV captured detail. The grooves formed spirals nested within each other, branching outward across the ice.
They weren't random.
They looked written. When the machine touched the wall with its probe, the voices changed, the harmony fractured, splitting into dissonance as if the choir had been interrupted. Some tones screeched sharp, others fell into low groans, and for a moment, the speakers on deck screamed with feedback so loud that operators tore their headsets off. Then, just as suddenly, the voices ceased. Silence pressed in. The crew waited, afraid to move the controls. For long minutes, nothing stirred. Then, faintly, a single voice returned. Not a choir now, but one tone alone, echoing like a bell across a cavern. It pulsed 3 times, paused, pulsed again. The ROV pulled back slowly. The voice followed, repeating its pattern, softer with distance until it faded entirely into dark. Later analysis failed to satisfy. Geologists claimed ice under strain can resonate. Grooves forming as melt refreezes in patterns, but no ice sings in scales, no resonance glows in rhythm, and no glacier shifts with such discipline that dozens of tones cut off in unison like a choir obeying a conductor's hand. The sailors who carried the story into ports gave it a name, the Frozen Choir. They say the ice sings because something within it remembers. Some believe it is trapped air. Voices of the past locked into ice for centuries. Others whisper it is alive, a congregation of the ocean itself, calling in tones humans aren't meant to answer. What unsettles most isn't the harmony. It's the moment of silence that followed. The instant when the choir stopped together as though to listen back. Off the coast of Bermuda, sonar picked up an anomaly so large it was dismissed at first as noise. A triangular shadow stretched across the seabed, sharp-edged and towering higher than any reef. Ships had charted the region for decades, yet no one had recorded such a structure. To verify, an ROV was sent down. As the cameras adjusted, the lights struck angles too clean for nature. 3 sides sloped upward, converging into a peak. The surface gleamed faintly, smooth in places, fractured in others like stone encased in glass. It was a pyramid, massive, undeniable, rising out of the dark. At first, the crew assumed it was an ancient ruin, a monument swallowed by rising seas. But as the ROV circled, the pyramid shifted. Not a collapse, not erosion. The entire structure tilted as though its base had turned slightly in the sediment. The movement was slow, almost imperceptible, but clear on sonar. The pyramid wasn't fixed, it moved. Closer inspection revealed patterns across its surface. Lines etched into the stone formed grids, intersecting at regular intervals. Some squares glowed faintly when the light struck, shimmering as though thin layers of crystal were embedded within. Hydrophones picked up a low hum, deep and steady, pulsing in time with the shimmer. When the ROV pressed its manipulator against the surface, the hum surged.
Instruments spiked.
The tether line vibrated so violently the ship above rattled. For 30 seconds the pyramid glowed fully, each etched square shining like a window lit from within. Then the light collapsed back into darkness, leaving the crew in stunned silence. Geologists insisted later it was a natural outcrop. Volcanic rock weathered into geometry, but no volcanic ridge shifts its base.
No stone glows in response to touch.
Others whispered it was artificial, built by a civilization long forgotten, left to drift and tilt beneath the sea. But even that theory faltered. No ruin hums like a living heart. The most unsettling detail came in the recordings. When sped up, the hum revealed variation. Patterns rising and falling like speech, slowed beyond recognition. Some analysts described it as a code. Others refused to comment at all. Among sailors, the name spread quickly, the shifting pyramid. Some believe it is a machine still alive, moving inch by inch beneath the waves. Others say it is a prison. Its tilt, a reminder that whatever lies inside is straining against time, and the fear that lingers is this. If the pyramid can shift in silence, what happens the day it finally decides to rise? The storm had passed by the time the vessel reached its coordinates, leaving the Pacific surface eerily calm. Clouds stretched like gauze across the horizon, muting the sun into a pale disk. Beneath that surface, though, the sea was restless. Instruments traced shifting currents, strange crossflows not listed on any chart. It was here the crew planned their descent. The ROV slipped beneath the waves, its tether unspooling as the ocean swallowed it whole. At 300 mem, the water dimmed to cobalt. At 600, it darkened to indigo, the last sunlight bending into fragments. At even 200 mem, the world turned black. The only illumination came from the machine's lamps, sharp cones piercing emptiness. The seabed revealed itself suddenly, rising out of shadow, and there, stretching across a valley between ridges, stood something no one expected.
A forest, it wasn't wood.
It wasn't coral. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of thin spires rose from the sediment, each one gleaming as though carved from metal. They stood tall and slender, some no wider than a mast, others thick as a ship's hull, but all pointing upward in uncanny uniformity. Their surfaces shimmered silver under the ROV's beams, reflecting light into sharp fragments that danced across the seafloor. At first glance, the crew thought of petrified wood, a forest frozen in time. But these spires didn't fracture like stone. They curved, twisted, and in some places forked as though they had once grown. The ROV glided between them slowly, its lights casting shadows that turned the valley into a cathedral of silver pillars. The strangest part was the silence. Normally, hydrophones picked up the crackle of shrimp, the murmur of currents, the faint static of life. But inside the valley, the water hushed. Every sound the machine made, thrusters whirring, tether creaking, seemed muffled. The silver spires swallowed noise, leaving the crew listening to an almost reverent stillness. Then came the resonance. At 1,140 m, as the ROV brushed close to a spire, its manipulator arm lightly grazed the surface. A tone rang out, not sharp, not metallic, but pure, like a bell struck deep underwater. The sound reverberated through the tether, rattling the ship's hull above. The crew flinched as the hydrophones carried the resonance, long and sustained, fading only after a full minute. When the tone died, another answered. Across the valley, a different spire hummed in reply.
Lower and deeper, carrying a rhythm of its own.
One by one, more joined until the entire forest sang. Dozens of tones layered together, rising and falling in overlapping chords. The sound was not chaotic, it was structured. Some notes repeated at intervals, others held long harmonies. The sea itself seemed to vibrate with music. The ROV drifted back in awe. Its light swept across the pillars as they shimmered faintly, as though the tones awakened something within them. Some spires glowed faint silver along their veins, pulsing with rhythm. The effect was breathtaking, but also unsettling. Forests are supposed to sway in wind, not sing in unison at the bottom of the sea. Samples were attempted. The manipulator arm extended, scraping across one surface. Shards flaked away easily, floating upward in glittering dust. When analyzed later, the fragments baffled experts. They weren't stone, nor coral, nor any alloy known to industry. Microscopic study revealed lattices of crystal threaded with unknown compounds. The structure resembled circuitry more than biology, an architecture of light and resonance fused into matter. As the ROV pressed deeper into the valley, the tones shifted. Some pillars hummed constantly now. Others pulsed in intervals like coded signals. Hydrophones registered patterns, spacing too regular to dismiss. One analyst suggested the sequence resembled prime numbers. Another pointed out that the layering resembled harmonic scales. The debate ended when one of the crew muttered, "It sounds like language." No one laughed. The further the ROV traveled, the stranger it grew. At the valley's center stood the tallest spire of all, nearly 60 meters high. Its surface gleamed brighter than the rest. its grooves etched with spirals that coiled upward like climbing vines. The moment the ROV approached, the forest fell silent. Every tone ceased. The water pressed heavy, thick with expectation. Then slowly, the central spire began to glow. Light welled from its grooves, traveling upward, until the entire tower shimmered silver white. The glow wasn't blinding but steady, pulsing faintly in rhythm with something deep and deliberate. Hydrophones captured a low resonance too deep for ears, felt more than heard. Some on deck described their chest tightening, their heartbeat sinking unconsciously with the rhythm. The ROV dared to extend a probe. The instant it touched the central spire, the valley erupted. All the pillars sang at once, a symphony of tones that rolled through the water like a wave. The ship above trembled, gauges spiked. For 3 minutes, the sea roared with harmony so powerful that every speaker on deck distorted into static. Then, just as suddenly, silence returned. The glow died, the forest stilled. The operators pulled the machine back in haste. Shaken, the ROV returned, scarred. Its casing bore faint lines etched into the surface, grooves, resembling the spirals on the central spire. Instruments malfunctioned intermittently for days afterward, as though the forest had imprinted itself onto the machine. On land, scientists struggled to explain. Some dismissed it as geology, a valley of metallic nodules shaped by current, but nodules don't hum, don't pulse in prime sequences, don't etch spirals into machines. Others speculated bioluminescent colonies fused with mineral deposits. But no colony builds forests of silver pillars that sing like choirs. Among sailors, the story became legend. They call it the Silver Forest, a grove at the bottom of the sea where stone sings and light breathes. Some believe it is a monument, a cathedral built for gods long forgotten. Others believe it is alive, a single organism grown into countless spires, communicating in tones deeper than any whale's. The fear lingers not just in what it is, but in what it does. Forests on land give life. They shelter, they breathe, but this forest sings and no one knows for whom the song was written. And if it is a language, if it is a call, then perhaps the ocean is not waiting for us to listen. Perhaps it is waiting for something else to answer. The waters south of Guam are deceptively ordinary on the surface. Sailors describe them as calm, glassy, even with a depthless blue that gives no hint of what lies below. But one night, as a research vessel drifted above the trench line, a crewman on night watch noticed something impossible. At first, they looked like fishing vessels scattered far beneath the surface, lanterns bobbing faintly in the dark, but no ship could float down there. These lights glowed hundreds of meters below, spread across the trench wall in neat lines, white, steady, unwavering. The ROV descended. At 400 NM, the light sharpened into form. They weren't bioluminescent creatures, and they weren't reflected debris. They were orbs, perfectly round, each the size of a barrel, suspended a meter or two from the trench wall as though anchored in place. The ROV's cameras swept across dozens of them, maybe hundreds, glowing with faint yellow-white warmth. The effect was uncanny. They looked like lanterns strung along a street, guiding travelers down into the abyss. The crew leaned close to the monitors, whispering. Some joked nervously that they'd stumbled on an underwater city. Others muttered it was a trap. But as the ROV descended further, the pattern grew stranger. The lanterns weren't random. They formed rows stacked one above another like terraces. The lines stretched deeper than the cameras could follow.
A grid of light fading into the black.
Hydrophones picked up faint hums near each orb, low tones that pulsed at different frequencies. When mapped, the frequencies formed chords, harmonies layered across the trench, as if the lanterns were playing music through light. The ROV edged closer to one orb. Its surface looked smooth, almost glass-like. But when the manipulator arm reached out, the cameras flickered. Static tore through the feed, instruments spiked, and the tether line shook as though brushed by current. The moment the arm retreated, the orb steadied, the glow returning unchanged. Theorists on deck debated. Could it be volcanic gas trapped in spheres? No, nothing explains uniform globes suspended in grid formation. Could it be colonies of organisms? But organisms drift and scatter. These held their places like sentinels. One operator suggested they weren't spheres at all, but openings, windows glowing from something behind the trench wall. The idea unsettled the crew more than any other. If the lights were windows, then who lit them? As the ROV descended deeper, the lanterns shifted. They didn't move exactly, but their glow pulsed in rhythm, cascading downward like falling stars. One row flared brighter, then dimmed. Then the row beneath it repeated. The sequence continued row after row, a wave of light running into the deep. The hydrophone surged with matching tones, low and resonant, vibrating through the tether into the ship's hull. On deck, several crewmen swore they felt the vibration in their bones. One described it as standing inside a bell tower when the bells begin to toll. Another said it felt like footsteps, giant ones echoing through water. Then the glow reached the deepest visible row and stopped. The trench below lay dark, silent, empty. The ROV hovered there, light straining to see further, when suddenly the nearest orb flickered. Not steady, not random. It blinked. 3 long pulses, 3 short, 3 long again. Morse code for SOS. The control room froze. No one spoke for nearly a minute. Every man staring at the blinking orb. The sequence repeated twice more before the orb steadied again, glowing as though nothing had happened. The operators debated frantically. Was it coincidence? Instruments glitching? Or had something beneath the ocean actually signaled distress? The answer never came. Before they could test further, the ROV systems failed completely. Lights dimmed, motors stuttered, and the feed went black. The crew hauled it back by hand crank, sweating in silence. When it surfaced, the machine was intact, but unresponsive. Its casing coated in a thin dusting of metallic residue that corroded within hours. None of its memory modules held usable footage beyond the moment the orb blinked.
On land, the data was dismissed as interference.
The glow was written off as bioluminescence, the hum as seismic activity. But the crew who were there never forgot the way the lights pulsed downward in perfect sequence, the way one orb blinked a message no natural process could know. Among sailors, the name spread quickly. The lantern trenches, some call them paths for the dead. Lanterns guiding souls into the deep. Others call them warnings. Lights strung along the abyss to keep us from crossing where we're not meant to go. And the unease remains. If those lights are lanterns, they must have been lit by someone. And if they are windows, then something on the other side knows we're watching. The ridge off the coast of Madagascar is a place mariners usually pass over without a second thought. It is charted, predictable, its contours traced by sonar 100 times. Yet one evening, as a research vessel dragged its sweep line along that ridge, a shadow appeared on the readout that none of the crew had ever seen before. At first, it looked like an error, a column so narrow and tall that it stretched from the seabed almost 1,000 diameters upward. The sonar returned it as a spike, absurdly thin, absurdly straight. Some thought it was a glitch in the instruments. Others thought it might be a submerged mast from a sunken ship, though no wreck had ever been reported in those depths. To be sure, they lowered an ROV. As the cameras descended, the sea thickened around them. By 900 m, the water pressed in, dark and heavy. The beams from the ROV's lamps slicing into emptiness without end. Then suddenly something caught. The light struck a surface that drank illumination rather than reflected it. A column of absolute black rose from the seabed, perfectly vertical, so seamless it might have been carved by geometry itself. It wasn't stone, it wasn't metal, it wasn't anything the crew could name. The ROV drifted closer. Its beams slid along the surface, but revealed no texture, no ridges, no sign of erosion. The column gave nothing back. Not light, not shadow. Instruments registered a void. Even sonar, which could map through darkness, failed to return an echo from its surface. The spire swallowed sound and light both, standing like a pillar of absence in the ocean. When the manipulator arm reached out, something stranger happened. Before it could touch the spire, the tether line trembled violently, vibrating as though struck. Hydrophones erupted with a low tone, so deep it felt less heard than felt, an infrasound hum that rattled the ship's hull. The tone persisted for 42 seconds, then cut off with chilling suddenness.
On deck, silence pressed in.
Every man leaned closer to the monitors, waiting for something else. The ROV steadied itself and reached again. This time, the probe touched the spire's surface. Nothing. No scrape.
No resistance.
The probe simply stopped, as though pressing against air made solid. The operators pushed harder. The arm flexed, hydraulics straining, yet the spire did not yield, did not mark. The probe withdrew clean. Not a trace of contact lingered. Then the spire pulsed. A faint shimmer raced upward. Not visible light, but distortion like heat rippling above asphalt. It climbed the column in waves until it vanished into dark.
Instruments flickered.
Compasses spun. For a moment, the ROV's depth gauges dropped by 200 memid, though the tether insisted it hadn't moved at all. Some of the crew whispered it wasn't a spire at all, but a doorway, an axis into somewhere else, disguised as a column. Others thought it was alive, a living organism whose skin reflected nothing, whose heart pulsed in rhythm with sound too deep for men to hear. Theories multiplied. Geologists insisted it could be basalt hardened into a column by volcanic eruption, but no basalt stands 1,000 mm high without fracture. No basalt swallows sonar and light so completely. Some physicists suggested it was an anomaly in space-time, a fold in water-bending perception itself. Those who were there, though, knew better. They had felt the hum, the vibration through steel. That wasn't perception. That was presence. The ROV circled lower, tracing the base. The spire rooted into the seabed seamlessly, with no rubble, no slope. It simply emerged as though the earth had birthed it whole. But as the cameras swept the surrounding floor, other shapes appeared, smaller pillars, broken or leaning, half buried in sediment. The operators realized with a chill that the black spire was not alone. It was the tallest, but not the only. The crew wanted to descend further to follow the pattern of ruins. But then the hydrophones caught
something new, a voice.
It wasn't words, not in any language. It was a sound layered within the hum.
Higher fractured, like the cry of a horn played through broken glass.
It echoed once, twice, then cut. The spire pulsed again, distortion racing up its body, and the lights on the ROV failed. Darkness swallowed everything. For long minutes, the feed was nothing but black. The ship above held its breath, fingers tight on the winch. When the cameras returned, the ROV was drifting several hundred meters away, pulled as though released. The spire remained in the distance, motionless, mute. The operators recalled the ROV immediately. It surfaced intact, but with damage no one could explain. Its casing was etched with lines, spirals carved faintly into the metal.
Spirals that hadn't been there before.
They ran upward, mirroring the distortion that had climbed the spire. On-land scientists dismissed the story. Basalt, they said, seismic interference, data corrupted by pressure. But the crew who saw it never forgot. They knew basalt doesn't mark machines with spirals. Basalt doesn't hum with tones that shake steel. Basalt doesn't swallow light whole. Among sailors, the tale took root quickly. They call it the Black Spire, a pillar of silence that waits in the dark. Some believe it is a monument built by something long gone. Others believe it is alive, a sentinel older than the ocean itself. A few whisper that it is a key, standing until the day someone dares to unlock whatever it seals. And the thought that lingers is this: if one such spire waits in the Pacific, and smaller ones already lie broken around it, then perhaps there are more. Perhaps the oceans are not scattered chaos, but an architecture, columns and corridors waiting just beyond reach. And if that is true, then the sea is not empty at all. It is built. The Mariana Trench is the deepest scar on Earth's surface, a wound that descends nearly 11 kilometers into blackness. Most expeditions treat it as a void, an absence, a place too hostile for life and too far for curiosity. But one dive revealed something that suggested the trench was not empty at all. It began with sonar. A sweep along the trench's western wall returned an anomaly,
An opening.
At first, the team assumed it was a collapsed cavern, but the readout showed symmetry.
Angles too precise for chance.
The opening measured nearly 200 meters across, a clean arch etched into stone, perfectly proportional. The operators stared at the display, then lowered an ROV to see for themselves. The descent was long, oppressive. At 9,000 meters, the pressure was crushing, the dark absolute. The ROV's lamps cut ahead, beams swallowed by silence. Then the arch appeared. It was enormous. 2 pillars rose from the trench floor, each carved with grooves spiraling upward, meeting at a keystone etched with a circle. Beyond the arch lay nothing but black. The lights should have illuminated the back wall, but they didn't. The darkness inside was deeper than the ocean itself. Hydrophones picked up a sound, not static, not current. A hum, low, steady, vibrating so slowly it felt like a heartbeat stretched across miles. The hum grew louder the closer the ROV drifted toward the arch. When it crossed the threshold, instruments failed. Cameras flickered. Depth gauges rolled backward, claiming the ROV was ascending, though the tether showed it still descending. Then came the glow. Faint lines lit up along the pillars, tracing the spirals. The keystone shimmered with dull light, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. The circle etched into its center gleamed brightest of all, as though waiting for something to complete it. The operators debated retreat, but curiosity won. The ROV pressed deeper into the arch, crossing into what should have been stone wool. Instead, the blackness swallowed it whole. For 61 seconds, the feed went dead. When the cameras returned, the ROV hung in a space no one recognized. The floor was smooth, flat, reflective. The walls were nowhere to be seen. The light stretched outward into infinity, showing nothing but horizon. Instruments registered no depth. The machine floated untethered in an environment that wasn't water at all. Pressure gauges dropped to 0. Temperature sensors froze at unreadable values. On deck, men whispered prayers. The captain ordered the machine reeled in immediately, but when the winch turned, the tether line unspooled slack. For minutes, the ship dragged cable without resistance, as though the ROV no longer existed in their world. Then suddenly the line went taut again. The feed cleared. The ROV was back in the trench, drifting outside the arch, intact. The recording showed only static during the 61 missing seconds. But hidden in the static was something worse. Tones not random, not interference, but sequences. Notes repeating in prime intervals, rising and falling in patterns too deliberate to ignore. Scientists argued endlessly. Some claimed the arch was natural, a collapse mistaken for symmetry. Others dismissed the anomalies as sensor errors under extreme pressure. But the crew never accepted that they had seen the glow, felt the hum, watched their machine vanish into a place that was not the trench. Among sailors, the sight earned a name quickly, the Abyssal Gate. They call it a doorway, not to caves or caverns, but to somewhere else entirely. Some say it opens only when noticed, glowing to mark its threshold. Others whisper that it leads into a world beneath ours, a place where light and pressure mean nothing, and the fear remains. If the trench hides gates, then perhaps the deepest parts of the ocean are not depths at all. Perhaps they are thresholds waiting. The waters east of New Zealand are unsettled, a region where currents collide and storms roll endlessly from the Southern Ocean. For centuries, fishermen have told stories of strange shapes rising from those waters, some swearing they saw ribbons of light curling beneath the waves at dusk. Most scientists dismissed such tales as exaggerations born of fatigue and fear that changed when a research expedition mapped a ridge on the Challenger Plateau and recorded an anomaly that could not be dismissed. Sonar painted it first. A long, narrow shape stretched across the ridge, winding back and forth in sweeping coils. It wasn't a trench, nor a fracture. It had no clear beginning, no end. Instead, it curved like something alive, preserved in stone. At points, the sonar registered hollows, cavities shaped like vertebrae.
One technician joked uneasily. It looks like a skeleton.
The crew lowered an ROV to investigate. The descent began in darkness, water growing colder with every 100 min. At 900 min as the first glimpse appeared, a surface gleaming unnaturally smooth under the lamps. The ROV steadied, lights widening, and the image resolved into a massive coil. It rose nearly 15 meters from the seabed, curving gracefully before sinking again into silt. The surface was translucent like glass, catching the beams and scattering them into rainbows. The coil was only the beginning. As the ROV drifted forward, more loops appeared. Some curled tightly, others stretched wide. Together, they formed a winding shape that extended farther than the cameras could follow. The crew counted at least 8 coils before the formation vanished into blackness. The effect was mesmerizing. It looked like a serpent frozen in place, body looped and arched, as though captured mid-motion. The translucent surface revealed faint shadows within lines like ribs, darker structures resembling internal organs, all sealed in glassy stone. Hydrophones registered something stranger. As the ROV glided along the coil, faint tones emerged, high crystalline notes like glass being struck by a fingernail. They weren't random. Each time the ROV passed a curve, another note chimed, echoing across the water. Together the tones formed a melody, fragile and haunting. The crew leaned forward silent, one operator muttered. "It's playing itself." Closer inspection deepened the mystery. The serpent's surface wasn't smooth after all. Etched into the glass were grooves, spirals, and lattices that glowed faintly under the lights. They ran along the coils in perfect symmetry, crossing and intersecting like veins. At certain angles, the grooves shimmered blue, as if channeling light from within. The ROV extended a manipulator arm. When the probe touched the surface, the chime grew louder. A harmonic resonance surged through the tether, rattling the ship above.
Instruments spiked.
The probe withdrew quickly, leaving no mark on the glass, but the tone lingered long after, vibrating through steel and bone alike. Debate erupted. Some claimed it was geology, a massive quartz vein shaped by tectonic forces, but quartz doesn't mimic vertebrae. Quartz doesn't chime melodies when brushed. Others argued it was volcanic glass.
Obsidian twisted by eruption.
But obsidian doesn't glow, doesn't show organs inside. The most unsettling suggestion was whispered by a technician who barely dared to speak it. What if it isn't stone? What if it was alive? The ROV pressed deeper along the coils. At one point, the cameras captured the head. It wasn't clear at first, just a rise in the formation, wider than the rest. But as the light steadied, a shape emerged, a jawline, a curve like a snout.
Hollow sockets where eyes might have been. Inside the glassy surface,
darker structures coiled inward, too complex for simple geology. The mouth was slightly open, and within lay rows of faint ridges resembling teeth. Each sharp and translucent hydrophones screamed then, not with tones, but with a roar. A deep, resonant sound shook the feed, static, tearing across every channel. The crew clutched their ears as the ship's hull vibrated. It lasted less than 10 seconds, but when it ended, the serpent's coils glowed faintly along their grooves, one by one, like a body awakening. Panic rippled across the deck. The captain ordered the ROV pulled back, but the tether line went slack. The machine hung motionless above the serpent's coils, unresponsive. Lights flickered, cameras froze. For 3 minutes, nothing moved. Then slowly, the feed returned. The ROV was drifting several hundred meters away, intact but scarred. Its casing bore faint spiral etchings identical to those on the serpent's glassy skin. Back on land, the samples baffled scientists. Shards retrieved from the ROV's claw dissolved within hours, breaking down into fine silica dust. Before they vanished, microscopes revealed impossible structure. Networks of channels arranged like capillaries, carrying no fluid, but aligned in patterns resembling living tissue. Theories multiplied. Some insisted it was a colossal organism petrified instantly in a catastrophic event. Others argued it was architecture, an artifact built to resemble life. A few proposed it was both, an organism engineered into monument or a monument seeded with life. None could explain the tones, the roar, the glowing grooves. Local fishermen weren't surprised. They spoke of Tevan Aro, the long-bodied fish, a spirit said to sleep beneath the Challenger Plateau. They claimed it would one day rise, its body shining like glass, to swallow the sky itself. The crew who heard those stories after their dive shivered. They knew legends can grow from nothing, but sometimes legends are born from memory. The coordinates were sealed, the incident buried under reports of Court's anomaly. Yet the sailors who tell the tale at ports call it the glass serpent. They say it isn't dead. They say it waits, preserved in crystal, humming its melody, until the day the ocean decides to break it free. And the thought that lingers is worse than whether it lives or not. The true fear is scale. The serpent they saw stretched hundreds of meters, but its coils disappeared into dark. If the rest of its body continues beyond what cameras followed, then the glass serpent is not just a monument, it is an ocean unto itself. Every mariner knows the strange silence that falls when the ocean flattens. It looks like calm, but sailors whisper it is a calm that hides something. In 2019, a vessel equipped with deep-sea survey instruments encountered that silence in the South Atlantic. By morning, they had stumbled upon something no chart had ever shown. It began as a sonar sweep, a routine pass across a trench west of Ascension Island. The machine painted the seafloor in steady arcs, tracing ridges and valleys. Then suddenly, the returns vanished. For nearly 10 kilometers, the sea floor registered as void. Not a slope, not a pit, nothing. The ocean floor was gone. The operators checked their instruments. Faults happen at depth, but the readings held. It wasn't a trench because pressure gauges didn't rise. It wasn't open water because the ROV's descent slowed as if entering a barrier. Finally, against their captain's caution, they lowered the submersible to investigate. At 2,300 m, the lights caught something impossible. Instead of seabed, the vessel floated above a vast surface stretched taut like glass. It looked solid, but shimmered faintly, bending light into rippling distortions. The crew circled slowly. The surface spanned in every direction, unbroken, a plane of translucent stretching beyond their beams. They called it a floor, but the more they stared, the more it looked like a ceiling. The sub descended cautiously. At 2,350 mem, the instruments faltered. Depth gauges froze, pressure readings flatlined. The machine hovered just above the surface, unsure whether to press through. Then, without warning, the vessel dipped and slipped inside. The cameras went black for a full 30 seconds. On deck, men clutched railings, convinced they had lost the dive. Then the feed returned. The sub was no longer in the trench. It floated in open space, not water, not void, something else. The horizon, stretched flat and endless, illuminated faintly by its own glow. The sea outside the sub shimmered like vapor, translucent and weightless. Objects floated here and there, shapes like stones, like bones, suspended without sinking or rising. The sub drifted forward slowly, tether line trembling as though unwilling. Hydrophones picked up nothing, no clicks of shrimp, no groan of current, not even the sub's own engines. The space was utterly mute. Yet in that silence, some of the crew swore they felt vibration in their chest. A low hum not carried by sound, but by something deeper, as though the space itself was pressing against them. The hollow sea, as they would later call it, bent rules of nature. Instruments failed to register density. Compasses spun in lazy circles, lights cut forward but seemed to fade, swallowed by haze. The sub's pilots described the sensation as floating in lungs, vast, empty, waiting to breathe. One crewman pointed out shapes at the edge of the glow. The cameras strained, revealing towers, not natural pillars, not coral, but structures, columns rising upward, curving inward overhead as though forming a dome. They were faint, translucent, barely more than shadows, but the impression was undeniable. The captain ordered retreat, but the tether line slackened as if cut, drifting loose in the water. For a full 5 minutes, the ship above reeled cable into nothing. Then the line tightened violently, the feed snapped, the cameras stuttered, and the sub was back outside, hovering above the glass-like plane. Every system flickered as though nothing had happened. Gauges returned, sonar painted the trench again. Yet the data showed those missing minutes blank. The hollow sea had erased them. Back on land, explanations were weak. Scientists suggested thermoclines, extreme haloclines, or methane seeps refracting signals. But no CLIN swallows instruments whole. No gas pocket stretches for kilome like glass. None explained the dome, the silence, the missing minutes. Sailors, though, told the story differently. They said, "The hollow sea is not part of our ocean at all.
It is another ocean layered beneath ours, a sea inside a sea. Some believe it is where lost ships drift when the surface swallows them. Others believe it is lungs, the breath of the earth itself waiting to exhale. The crew never spoke of it openly again.
But those who were there admit one truth privately. When the sub was inside, when silence pressed close, they felt as though something was watching, not curious, not hostile, simply counting. And if seas can be hollow, then perhaps the world we sail is not surface at all. Perhaps it is only the topmost layer of ocean stacked endlessly below, waiting for us to fall through. The Luzon Strait has always carried unease. It is a funnel where the Pacific pours into the South China Sea, and even in calm weather, the currents twist unpredictably. Sailors call it a place that eats anchors, where nets vanish into rips, where engines strain against invisible hands pulling down. On maps it looks ordinary, but no fisherman in the region calls it safe. The survey ship, Shanglong, entered the strait under perfect skies. The water stretched calm, broken only by faint lines of swell. The crew expected a routine sweep of the seabed. One more set of transects to map fault lines beneath. But before they even launched the submersible, they noticed the stain. It spread across the surface like a bruise. From the bridge, it looked almost like oil, shimmering with faint iridescence. But as the ship slowed, the smell of iron rose, faint but unmistakable. The water was red, not the bright scarlet of blood, nor the rust brown of silt, but a dark, wine-cold haze. It swirled slowly, but never dispersed. As though bound to something below, the captain ordered samples. Buckets dipped into the sea, came back with water, tinted faintly crimson. Under sunlight, it glowed in a way no algae bloom ever had. The chemist on board shook his head. Not biological, he muttered. Something else. The decision was made quickly. They would launch the ROV. The descent began as always. At 100 meters, the light thinned. At 200, the surface glow faded. By 300 mem, the water was red again, deepening into a suffocating haze. The lamps on the ROV, designed to cut through mud, now cast only narrow cones. Beyond their edges stretched nothing but crimson darkness. At 420 mem, the seafloor appeared, or rather the absence of it. The cameras revealed a vast opening yawning in the seabed, a circle nearly 200 meters wide. Its edges rose in jagged spires, each coated in the same red stain. The ROV drew closer, and the operators froze. The spires weren't random. They curved inward, arranged in arcs that resembled teeth. Some leaned sharp and thin, others broad and blunt, but together they formed a ring like the jaw of something fossilized mid-bite. The ROV hovered at the threshold, light sweeping across the jagged ring, revealing recesses that curved deeper into shadow. It was a mouth. Hydrophones caught sound. At first, it was a rumble like distant thunder, but then it resolved into pulses, low, booming notes 6 seconds apart, each one vibrating through the tether until the ship itself seemed to throb in rhythm. Men on deck shifted uneasily, some pressing hands to their chests. The sensation was not just heard, but felt. The ROV moved inside. Immediately, the current caught it. The machine tilted, dragged downward, gauges spiking as the tether screamed taut. Thrusters winded, but for 90 terrifying seconds the ROV was no longer piloted. It was pulled on the surface. The captain barked for winches to reel in, but the line only groaned, metal shrieking under strain. Then the current ceased. The ROV steadied, floating above a flat floor. The cameras revealed something stranger than the teeth. The bottom of the mole was smooth, a circle of stone unbroken, except for spirals etched across its face. The grooves, coiled inward like the rings of a nautilus, all converging on a central pit. The spirals glowed faintly red, pulsing in time with the 6-second heartbeat. The probe arm extended hesitantly. The moment it touched the spiral, the pit flared. A roar surged through the hydrophone so loud the speakers on deck cracked. Lights flickered. Men clutched their ears. The sound was not noise, but voice, long, guttural, layered with harmonics that bent nerves until several crews staggered, vomiting. The captain screamed for retreat, but the ROV was locked. The tether line shook violently, vibration running up to the deck like a plucked string. For 2 minutes, the machine strained against something unseen, thrust as useless. Then, as abruptly as it began, the roar cut off, the spirals dimmed, the tether slackened, the ROV floated free. When it surfaced hours later, the machine bore scars. Its casing was etched with spirals identical to those below. Faint grooves burned into the alloy. In its claw was a fragment of stone. It glowed red for hours before crumbling into iron-scented dust. Back on land, reports softened the terror. Official summaries called it event formation stained by iron oxide. The pulses attributed to cyclical current interactions, but none of the scientists explaining it had felt the heartbeat in their ribs. None had smelled iron in their bunks for days afterward, though no stain clung to the ship. Local fishermen needed no convincing. They had names for the stain long before the Shanglong sailed. They called it Nunganandugo, the bloodmouth. Some said it was where drowned sailors went, not to the bottom, but into a throat that swallowed their bodies whole. Others said it was alive, a wound in the ocean's flesh that had never healed. One elder told the crew quietly, "You heard the feeding. Do not go back." The men who were there still dream of the sound. Some swear that when they lie awake they can count the 6-second rhythm in their pulse. A few admit they fear the sea itself now, as though it might open beneath them without warning. The Red Moor has never been revisited. Ships avoid its coordinates. Charts list only a shallow depression, but sailors pass through the Luzon Strait with caution, watching for stains on the surface, watching for the water that looks bruised. And the thought that lingers is simple. If the sea can open mouths, then perhaps it is not water at all. Perhaps it is something vast and patient, and we sail only across its skin. The waters north of Antarctica are among the most hostile in the world. Icebergs drift unpredictably. Storms arrive without warning, and the cold alone can kill a diver in minutes. Few vessels linger there longer than necessary. Yet, it was in this desolate reach of the Southern Ocean that a survey mission stumbled across something that felt less like discovery and more like intrusion into a graveyard. The sonar picked it up first, a dense scatter of objects stretched across nearly 2 kilometers of seafloor. At first, the operators assumed it was debris from a calving glacier, but the scatter was too organized, too clustered. The shapes were long, curved, repeating with unnerving regularity. One of the technicians leaned back from the console and whispered, "They look like ribs." The decision to launch the ROV came quickly. The descent was rough, currents battering the machine as it dropped through freezing dark. By 1600 m, the turbulence eased, and the lamps revealed a scene that left the crew in stunned silence. Bones, not the scattered remains of a single creature, but thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, carpeting the seabed. Whale skulls the size of cars lay half buried in silt. Vertebrae formed towering columns, some stacked naturally, others leaning like toppled pillars. Ribs arched outward in spirals, interlaced until they formed what looked like aisles. The further the ROV drifted, the more impossible the sight became. The bones weren't random, they were arranged. The machine's lights swept upward, catching ribs fused together in soaring curves. Skulls were stacked into towers, their hollow sockets staring outward like windows. Whole spines arched into vaults. The effect was unmistakable. A cathedral built not of stone but of bone. Hydrophones caught faint sounds. Not current, not cracking ice, but resonance. When the ROV passed through one of the ribbed arches, a low moan rolled across the feed, vibrating through the tether like an organ's cord. Each arch produced a different note, as though the entire structure was designed to sing when stirred by water. The crew on deck shifted uneasily. Some leaned closer, captivated, while others stepped back as if distance could shield them. One technician muttered, "It isn't a graveyard, it's architecture." Samples were attempted. The manipulator arms scraped a vertebrae, flaking off fragments. Later, analysis confirmed they were bone. Real bone, not fossilized, not petrified. Some were recent, porous and white. Others were ancient, calcified to stone. Different ages, different species, all gathered into one place. No natural current could have arranged them. Something had carried them here. The ROV pressed deeper. At the center of the cathedral stood the most unsettling structure of all. A day is built from fused skulls, their jaws locked open, stacked into a throne-like shape. The floor beneath it was carpeted in ribs, laid parallel like tiles, spiraling outward in careful geometry.
As the machine hovered above, hydrophones roared with resonance.
Every arch vibrating at once until the ocean itself seemed to shudder. Then came the movement. For a brief second, one of the skulls turned. The cameras caught it. An unmistakable tilt, sockets swiveling upward as though tracking the light.
Panic erupted on deck.
But when the feed steadied, the skull lay motionless once more, indistinguishable from the rest. Some insisted it had been a trick of current. Others swore they saw it. The unease deepened. Theories multiplied in the weeks that followed. Some scientists claimed the site was a natural collection. A whalefall multiplied over centuries, currents piling bones into shapes by coincidence. But coincidence doesn't stack skulls into towers. Coincidence doesn't align ribs into arches tuned to resonate like an instrument. Others whispered darker possibilities. Perhaps predators carried their kills here, arranging them as nests. Perhaps something larger, something unknown, used bones as building material. A few dared to suggest it was ritual, a place where creatures of the deep performed acts humans were never meant to witness. Local whalers, when told, were unsurprised. They had long spoken of the bone fields, places where whales sang differently, where nets returned filled only with skulls. One old sailor muttered a phrase that stuck with the crew: "The sea remembers its dead. Sometimes it builds with them." The coordinates were marked, but no official record describes the cathedral. On paper, it is listed as organic debris accumulation. Unofficially, sailors speak of it in hushed tones. They say it is not a ruin, not a temple, but a warning. A cathedral built by the ocean itself, a monument of bones to remind us what it has taken. And the question that lingers is this: if the sea builds cathedrals, then who or what comes to pray inside them? The Indian Ocean holds spaces even satellites struggle to chart. Its abyssal plains stretch wider than some continents, its depths almost featureless on sonar. To oceanographers, such monotony is useful. It gives baseline readings, empty canvases against which anomalies stand out. That was why the silence struck so hard. The survey vessel Shakti Maru was running acoustic trans-SCTs east of Mauritius when its hydrophones went dead.
Not muffled, not static, dead.
For hours, the instruments had picked up the normal seascape of clicks, groans, and distant whale songs. Then, crossing one narrow band of water, the channel cut out. The meters flatlined into absolute silence. At first, they blamed equipment, but checks found no fault. Hydrophones worked fine in shallower water. The silence lay only in that stretch, a strip 10 km wide and 30 long. Beyond its boundaries, sound returned instantly. Within it, nothing lived. The captain ordered an ROV deployed. The machine descended smoothly into black tether spinning behind. At $3,000 mem, the seafloor appeared. A flat expanse of pale silt, stretching featureless to the horizon. No rocks, no ridges, no coral, just emptiness. The ROV glided forward, cameras sweeping.
Hydrophones open. Still silence.
Then the instruments began to fail. Compasses spun. Depth gauges froze. Sonar refused to return. Yet visually, nothing had changed. The ROV floated above endless plain, its lights catching nothing but pale dust. The crew on deck grew tense. Silence itself felt like pressure, pressing in heavier than the water around them. At 300 to 400 meters, the cameras caught something. Not structure, not wreckage. Absence, a circular patch nearly 200 meters across where the seabed simply wasn't there. The light swept over it, showing no texture, no bottom, just darkness, like a hole cut into the world. The ROV hovered at the rim, tether taut, waiting. Then the hydrophones crackled once, just once. A single sound broke through, faint and warped, but human. It was a voice, distorted, stretched, impossible to pass, but undeniably human syllables carried across the silence. Every man on deck froze, straining to hear. The voice repeated slightly clearer, though still warped. "Leave." The ROV's cameras flickered. The machine tilted forward as though something tugged, drawing it toward the void. The pilot pulled back, thrusters whining. For a moment it resisted. Then the tether line shuddered violently, dragged toward the hole.
On-deck alarms screamed as winches strained.
The machine tilted over the edge, cameras plunging into black. For 15 seconds, static filled the feed. Then the video cleared. The ROV hung in open water, not above the seafloor, not in a trench, just water. No silt, no plane, no horizon. Depth gauges spun. Pressure readings blanked. The machine floated in a place that